to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيج من فوق سبورتس الصعبة بتفوت على اللاعب بدأ نوك داون.
Welcome everyone back, of course, to the PMPL Arabia Springs 2022. My name is Hanan. I'm joined here by DDD1 for the second super weekend of this tournament, but it's not just us on the desk. As you can see below, it is always the beautiful Renault 6 Series. Upgraded and upgrade fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Renault 6 Series designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile and Africa Esports 2022. But ZW2D1, we're here. We're now sort of halfway through the competition.
Yeah.
It was a crazy league stage overall.
Oh, man. I know you weren't there to cast it with me in Imperium, but I'm sure you saw what it came down to. We had a tiebreaker for the very final top 16th spot for that qualification into this week's Super Weekend. The tiebreaker came down to, well, I mean, they had the same amount of placement points, same amount of kill points, same amount of points, of course. And that break, it was whoever got more amount of placement points in their most recently played match. And that's really what it came down to. It was the last match of Sanhok. And it was heartbreaking to see. But hey, this is a competition. Also, now that that it's in the Super Weekend, the work's not over, right? Now it's time to really get the points that matter in terms of qualifying for the finals.
Well, they've got to prove themselves here. And of course, as we say, we've now had 2 weeks of league play. We're now on to what is going to be ZW2D, the second Super Weekend, as we say. A lot of work, though, for some of these teams to do, because we do have some new contenders in the mix overall as well.
Yeah, the two teams that managed to qualify this weekend but didn't qualify the first weekend would be Triple D and the Mine Weapon iKURD. Now, both these teams during the league, they didn't just squeak on by to qualify for this Super Weekend. They actually placed top 5. I believe it's 3rd overall in the league week.
Yeah.
And Mine Weapon in 5th. They actually completely, I would say, destroyed the league days. And we talked about this. I know you mentioned, you're like, well, ZW2D, this is just the league week, though. Super weekends are all a different story. So I got to agree with you. I want to see what these teams pull out in their Super Weekend debut.
Got to see what they can pull off, though. But for you at home who may have not seen our format so far, we are halfway through to Super Weekend number 2, 24th, 25th, and 26th weekend. The action doesn't stop. We'll be continuing through in week 3, and of course into Super Weekend 3, where after all our 3 Super Weekend ZW2D, we got to see our top 16 on in finals all the way through in March. It's a bit far away, but it's going to be there fairly soon. As we said, to those top 16 teams making it through into the finals, it comes down to points getting these Super Weekends. We've seen what the Weekend can do with those. Rico, Infinity Esports, one of those big contenders, but can we see the rest move up on that leaderboard through the week to themselves qualify in on to those finals? It said in March.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned Rico Infinity, how in the first Super Weekend they grabbed a ton of points. And when I'm looking at the Super Weekend, that's not the only thing I'm looking at. Not just, did they get a bunch of points? They got 5 winner chicken dinners, which, as we all should know by now, in Super Weekend, each chicken dinner is $1,000 in the pocket of the team. So Rico and made 5,000 from last week's Super Weekend alone. Coming into Super Weekend, I'm sure they would like some more. And if you're not familiar with the prize breakdown, here we have it on your screen. First through 20th in the league stage, meaning all the participating teams right now, will get at least 2,500 in their pocket. The Super Weekend, well, we have a total of 45 games over the course of 3 Super Weekends, which equates to $40,000 that could potentially be made by all of these teams. Now, the Super Weekend points do accumulate, and the team or the top 16 teams with the most amount of Super Weekends will qualify into the finals. And then on your right-hand side, you'll see finals break. First, 10,000. Second was 6,500, and third place, a nice 5,000, continuing on down onwards. Now, the total prize pool of everything combined, well, we have a huge amount of $150,000 US dollars.
And a massive prize pool, of course, for these players can be for, yes, as we see, Infinity Esports already grabbing a fair chunk of that prize pool. But it's about where they can earn those points, those prizes, those Zute. And of course, there are 5 matches today, as we usually have this weekend, begin closing out with Erangel and a little bit of spot in between with Miramar and Sanhok to add to the meat of our beautiful burger-looking sandwich.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy to think that during the league week, we had a total of 3 Sanhoks per day. Now, of course, Super Weekend, we're going to get these teams playing where they're most comfortable, most familiar with, which I think is, the most thing to do. Erangel definitely one of the maps where he can really show consistency as a team. Less, circle RNG involved, like the smaller map of Sanhok. So we're going to have 3 Erangels. We're going to have that nice Erangel sandwich, like I mentioned. And the teams, they have no excuses to not perform now, Super Weekend, since they're already here.
Yeah, and of course, we got to talk about, though, that Super Weekend, as we highlighted, there's one team in the lead by a chunk of points. But when you look towards the rest of the standing, say, second to third, 4 teams there, they are much closer together. And I think that it breathes and paves the way there for not only the teams that we saw last weekend to win, but also as we get some of these new teams to get in onto the standings too.
Yeah, so second to fourth is really close, but I feel like for the teams, in second to fifth range, they should feel pretty comfortable with qualifying into the final. So what they should look to get those chicken dinners, that is, money results. And taking a look at, second to fifth, here you have on your screen 146 down to 125. That is about a 20-point difference. So they're all really close to each other. But KAMIKAZE have 3 chicken dinners, so a bit more success than the rest of the teams. Top 8 you see on the screen. All of the top 8 will be playing in this Super Weekend. And we mentioned it a little bit before. We have 2 new additions to this Super Weekend because they missed the first Super Weekend. But that also means 2 teams the first Super Weekend did not. And that would be RTG Esports in 14th place and 12 Esports in 16th. These 2 teams will participate in this week's Super Weekend.
I think obviously the big contender, or actually that first week, though, Zeus, the newer dogs to the block, PMPL Arabia. You mentioned yourself, KAMIKAZE coming out of nowhere, really, though, Zeus, and impressing us all.
Yeah, KAMIKAZE, it's definitely a surprise to everyone. So I want to see how they do in the second Super Weekend. We saw on the league stage, they performed decently well, but of course, on the league stage, a lot of teams were playing, differently. They were testing what they were not good at, or they were testing things out. One team I'd definitely like to point out is Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy, if I'm get this correctly, they finished 13th in the league, but we do know from the first week's Super Weekend we saw earlier, they finished 3rd overall in the Super Weekend. And the league stage teams definitely give it their all in terms of trying to get as possible. They use it so as practice. So KAMIKAZE is still doing good, but another super weekend coming for them starting with today. I want to see if they maintain that second place overall, but I have a good feeling this super weekend is going to be a little bit different than what we expect or what we saw from the first super weekend.
Okay, down to that last day though as well. I mean, you look at KAMIKAZE, yes, they're in that second place, Zute, but we know that in one day, those points can change dramatically, and I think the big contender behind KAMIKAZE are also Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah. You mentioned the third day, they can change everything. I still can't believe that Nigma Galaxy went from, 15th place coming into the third day, shot themselves all the way to a third place finish for the super weekend. Call it luck, call it, getting their stuff together. But this new super weekend, I want to start off strong. I want to see them flounder around for 2 days and then decide to play hard. Imagine if what they did in the third day, they had some sort of consistency like the first days. Well, they probably passed up Rico Infinity. I know super point you really need is top 16, but Galaxy, I feel like that's for a veteran PMGC team getting third place and that PMGC as well. I feel like they have a little bit more to prove for themselves.
About things to prove, though. I'm also looking at some of those teams in the bottom, Zute. Particularly, I would say is drawing 2 teams. The first of which are being Esports, second of which being Falcons. Now, Dunak, they were consistently at the bottom more so though than Falcons. What do they have to do to improve? Sometimes they feel a little bit lost when it comes to playing on the map.
Well, I'll tell you what. One thing that you need to do to improve as Dunak is make it into the super weekend. We mentioned that little tiebreaker thing. Dunak was actually the team that got 16th place, and they edged up RTG Esports for that 16th place position. And if you guys recall in the overall and league or the super weekend points, both Dunak and RTG are near the bottom. So Dunak definitely just, I want to say they edged it out, but more like they centimetered it out. That's how close it was for the qualify. I mean, you asked me how they can improve. Well, for starters, they made it second super weekend. And that's a good start, but of course, this is where the work gets extremely hard, and I want to see them play a bit more comfortably. Like we see them, in certain situations where it's like they don't really know what to do, and because they're putting themselves in unfamiliar situations.
I think the other thing really was a big surprise for Falcons. Look all the way back to that first day, the first game of PMPL Arabia. They dominated on Erangel, but they haven't had that success since that first match, and they have slipped in that super week. They have fallen down. I think the big surprise as we get into his first game, Zute, is can have success back on Erangel, but wider perspective, bigger success in a super weekend overall than they did.
Well, heading into Erangel, like you mentioned, we will see very soon how the Falcons start the day. I'm more curious to see how the weapon iKURD and Triple D start off their super weekend on their very first game. Line weapon finishing in 5th overall, Triple D finishing in 3rd overall in the league week. So very strong finishes for these 2 teams. Will they have a similar strong start in their first super weekend, though? That's the question that needs to be answered.
It is a question that needs to be answered. It's going to create different perspectives so of this final series of maps that we got for the second super weekend here, Zute, and where they actually drop, who affect in this first match overall. Triple D opting to replace here one of RTG for Novo instead, so they will actually smartly do their work and be blessed with the first phase zone towards the south side of Sanhok military base, and a zone that I would be worried for teams like Rico. I would be worried for some of these teams like YaLLa up in the north side, but we've seen them get in here in the past.
Concern would be if it were to hard shift onto the military base side. Otherwise, those teams, YaLLa, Rico, very experienced teams. This circle should not be any real problem for them at all. Triple D, one of the teams that is to the Super Weekend, landing in Novo. They have a 4-man team. Looking for the mine weapon. I think I see them. Have you? Oh, okay. They're in Razak. So these two teams basically filling out the not here's drop position. So they've been watching the Super Weekend VOD reviews. Of course, they've been taking note of how all their competitors might be playing, and in a way that might give them a small advantage coming to the Super Weekend. Oh, other 14 teams, because they had a chance to study their 15 games in the Super Weekend to see how they play. Well, the mine weapon and they could slot themselves right in with a little bit of a leg up, so to say.
I actually like some of the adaptations as well happened on the map just before we passed through. You saw YaLLa rotating to the south, George Paul and Rico, Infinity, stealing away actually that side of George Paul, where you will remember here, Zute, that KURD 12 used to be one of those teams northwestern France. So now that is left open in the second weekend, Rico already rotating to it for extra user loot into their hands. Also, this western side, more of a rotational point that these teams can make, heading through into that zone, but YaLLa, they have none of it, and Ida already silenced down and Rico down to 3.
Picking a one up right there. I like how you mentioned the adaptation. Well, I think Rico Infinity might have gotten a little bit too greedy. We've seen Rico in past previous weeks. They just stay around that northern sovereignty area. So yeah, they're taking advantage of, you know, a team not being here by stretching out to North George Pool. But at the same time, y'all thinking the same thing, and y'all kind of had a little bit of a better timing, so to say. We didn't see what exactly happened when Kanji picked up that first elimination, but I'm pretty sure it caught Rico Infinity off guard. There was a player in George Pool looking at the minimap. YaLLa has grouped back down towards South George Pool, realizing, oh, okay, might be some other people up here. It's not as open as we the team do loot up qualify into the Super Week.
Still, no best phase zone. It is be a little bit of a tricky one for both of these teams, and I think also the other team that really has been changed when it comes to starting off on that northern side is, well, our star team, Dunak, that we were talking about. Can they oppress themselves zone smooth? Can they themselves some form of kills, some form of particularly placement points as well inside these games consistently? Because that has been one thing that out of everything, Zeus, is the worst for Dunak. The consistency that they've been able to get through the weekend has not been there as of late.
So they gathered a total of 80 points and 15 games. That is a little bit just under 5 points. Yeah, that's a little bit under, or a little bit just slightly over 5 points per match. Now, averaging around 5, 6, 7 points per game doesn't sound all too bad. That just means you've never had kind of standout game. And in 15 games, you need at least one where you're scoring 12, 13, 14. So I want to see Dunak, you know, a little bit, just to put simply, for lack of better words, just play a little bit over the course of this Super Weekend, and at least 1 or 2 games where maybe they just had a little bit of circle luck and they managed to close it out with chicken, or at least close it out with a 12-13 finish.
Still, I think also the other team that really impressed me was also, I think, realistically, out of that last 2 was Stalwart. And we can also think our other team who are joined there with 25 points Twisted Minds behind them. These teams too, and it speaks a lot here, Zute, to how much confusion one day is that they were both on that second page starting on our final day of our Super Weekend. And they've both managed alongside Nigma to resurge themselves into that top spot. I would like to see them though keep that up. My slight concern is, again, can they keep it consistently coming through multiple days? As we know, multiple of these teams, and to be fair, most all of the teams that we've seen so far, mine would argue headquarters of 4K Esports, because we simply haven't seen in the weekend, should be able to equally top a single good of games. Can they rise above that?
Oh, Revolution. Making a little bit of a turn right into the tree. It's just one of those moments where you're like, oh, whoops, who put that tree there? But you're absolutely right. You mentioned headquarters of 4K Esports. We're not going to talk too much about them, other than the fact that they missed 2 super weekends. And I'm going to just throw this out there now. They're not qualifying for the finals. They know that themselves. Like if they make just only 1 super weekend, right? That they're kind of also having to rely on teams like KURD 12 and RTG to also not make super weekend. That way, RTG and 12, if they don't make super weekend, they've only made themselves getting 15 of play. Which, unless that happens, I don't think a team like 4K or headquarters could qualify in. I mean, they've not been playing well enough to make it into any super weekends to begin with, and once they do, well, it gets a lot more difficult in the super weekends to get, because everybody is trying way harder. So yeah, I'm gonna say it now. I don't think we'll see them in the finals.
Harsh words, so there is a hope. I do agree, though it's a very slim hope for them, and watching eagle-eyed on this Super Week, see if that is the case, because not only points need to be fairly overall on that 16th position for them to get in, and then looking like a pretty crazy game, though, that is for sure in this first match of the Super Weekend, is the zone has gone back again, down towards the south side, but this towards the more eastern coastline, and I am really concerned, though, about decongestion of these teams. When we've seen like this before, Zute tends to get quiet, but then extremely chaotic afterwards. There's already, though, the fight for those compounds between Nigma and Conqueror. Grocer is now down already, silenced away, and cannot find the execution either. The knock on to one, and Nigma Galaxy, they complete the fight against Conqueror. It's Rio upstairs, will hold the shack for now. Enigma, they after that in the nade through the actually with the money, but doesn't neither. Rio, a fourth, even putting to half HP, down 5%. Rever, we're near in the fight. Cannot stop Rio from going down and take out the third. Enigma take complete control here in a 3-for-0 turn of the fight.
Conqueror Iraq down to 1 player already. Nigma Galaxy, this is the I wanted to see. After the first 2 days of Super Weekend last week, we already mentioned this. They were in 15th overall. Be able to just get 3 points in the very first game alone of this Super Weekend. It looks like we have a different Nigma Galaxy coming around. They did end up. I do believe they were the team defending though. So Conqueror Iraq, it seemed like they definitely were crashing in from the outside. Right? I want to see Nigma Galaxy not just get elimination points through defense, but I also want to see them play a little bit more aggressive. This is traditionally a very passive team. We take a look at the Mine Weapon, a team that's newer to this Super Weekend, already down 3 players. I do believe they lost to YaLLa. As you can see, these 2 teams either get a better angle or better positioning on one another. YaLLa seems to be the team with the aggression though, because it looks like Mine Weapon were the team that were chilling, or if they were chilling at the pound until YaLLa came knocking.
Zone phase 2. Anyway, 3 teams to compress on with Zute, and as we predicted, no one really having gone down apart from the small series we have seen. YaLLa, of course, picking up another kill to a Rad as well, being the only other team to really suffer any casualties, down to one for themselves. Phase 3 about to close in. It depends if it does close and how fast these teams will be rotating, because YaLLa, they're already on the move.
Ooh, that is not a good idea, taking those shots. Ooh, the mine weapon. They're going to be down to 2 players. They didn't know he was there. The second he started shooting, they knew it was an iKURD player. Oh, and at the same time, another player of the mine weapon gets knocked to a deep from long range. YaLLa know there's only 1 player left here now. And even though we're only in circle 3, they should take this fight because the zone damage is not too heavy. This is like a guaranteed 1 point. It is a 4v1 situation.
YaLLa, or completely the mind weapon pick is a whole first game. Zute in the second super weekend. Ali, the survivor, and he's in. But we do find one by Harvey. We'll confirm it with the Blues be enough powerfuls there. Should turn it, but no, it's not. It is disaster here for YaLLa as he lose 2 now. The solo and Ali caught though on the season mission, misjudged, put in punishes. But at least he grabs the 2 inside the blue. YaLLa, because he did go in for that, are now down to not enough players to take these fights in the zone. But they have the 5 kills, so they don't have to. They can hold it on the edge of this third phase. They don't have to be aggressive anymore.
Pointing for YaLLa. It's not something I was expecting. YaLLa 7th overall in the first super weekend, but we did see they had a very rough time in the league week. YaLLa completing the league week in 15 plays, so they did really well last week. It's like they're on a downward trend, and that fight losing 2 points to 1 seems very evident that annual downward trend. See, also trending a little bit downwards as they lost 1 player, most likely also going to lose free there. NASR getting a much better angle and jump on the Nigma Galaxy team. I was just congratulating for starting it off strong with, those 3 elimination points, but then they kind of just haphazardly lose 2. Not looking too good for them right now.
Nigma, they will force a at NASR. They try to go for the position, but they cannot find it. However, down to 2. NASR did confirm it. Some kills against the rest of the Nigma crew. Rest of the zone. Crying down is also obvious inside. On time, Distant Mind's going to lose another to KAMIKAZE, and up to their first one of second super weekend is trying their best to shoot a game. This is also a concern. I'm worried about dragging on these fights, because this is where Twisted Minds fall down in some of those games because they were so drawn in to one specific play, one specific fight.
When they were drawn in, it was like a full committed fight that they swallowed them in the blue, and neither team really came out ahead of that one. So next circle shift, I want to see them tie the rotation if they can, but it does look like they will need to. The circle does shift down to the southwest. There's a lot of small compounds and sheds in play here. This is one of the more dynamic endings. Let's dynamic some other endings on Erangel, but we have terrain level changes. We have good amount of cover, and we also have some nice, tricky little dip spots that some teams might not be too familiar with. But let's see how the teams play it out, as most teams will be coming in from the northwestern side.
Triple D, our other new contender here, making it in as the shelter, and the shelter probably more to make it in from. Find themselves a hill up top coming into the center. Met, however, by Dunak and also 3, who are thinking the same strategy. Now it is up to 963 to get on the hell out of it. Dunak do take the position, but 963, they've got a player, knows already front end to that zone. Going up so easy to punish Triple D into a second now, well, and these two teams SW2D1 are not off to the start that they would have liked.
This is not something that they're used to. Might have done well in League Week, but like we said, Super Weekend is a completely different beast. Teams play way more cautiously here. And Triple D, they're meeting that aggression. We already saw one team of, I believe it was Mind Weapon. Yeah, the Mind Weapon already taking out their Super Weekend debut. And now Triple D facing a similar fate. But Gaith at least was able to answer back with the grenade. He does manage to knock one. So kind of a 2v3 situation. Gaith with the other one. Gaith single-handedly trying to pull this back team. As looks like the go down the left and right. There it is. There it goes out. Triple D Esports only managing 1 point for their first.
And as much as he got those 2 knocks as well, it only comes in with a revive. Yes, Zone is going to punish 963 in the future here because they haven't settled in onto phase 4 before it. Particularly here, phase 5 is going to end up more chaotic for, but they grab the kills, and that's what they need coming in base inside the zone 2. Really only this team that can stop them and are driving past them. In fact, as 963 won't open fire. Smarter decision for now, knowing they do fire right now on the edge of the blue zone. It makes them, but they have been found, and now they get on out of it, rotating up to north, in on to 1million.
1million also need to watch out for Falcon on the other side. They're being sandwiched in right here. Smokes keep their backs covered though, as try and stall this fight with 963. 963 also wants this. Zuxi driving up for that close range. He gets no needing to play out in the blue zone, because if he gets any closer, he's gonna be in the face of 1million. But he managed to find one with MG3. The plays at this late in the stage really starts choking. That's another player down for 963.
Falcons holding the line. 1million, yes, maybe chopping down 963. It's the claws here on the Falcon Birds themselves. They look to strike down onto 1million below them. Eyes on target last. They do need to put in there going, because as that zone you said, it has gone further down south. Yusuf stepping further forward, but they aren't going for it just yet. Never alone beside him. 963, the solo player does get away. They keep themselves in 1million. They're just going to lose them all together. As a nade
there we go.
Was that ripple. The rest of Never Alone, and Falcons, it looks so clean.
Wow. Yeah, that was a triple nade, and I think got one with one, and then the other grenade got 2. That's a full wide nade alone. Yeah, that I was saying they need to push. That is points they had. If every managed grenade after points, full send in, compound location.
Oh, I think that might have been a knock.
Yep. Ooh. Yusuf going a little bit too hard, but he doesn't get confirmed, so he might be able to revive. And oh, if you take that peek, you peek fast, because the side of KAMIKAZE, they do not miss. Another team straight up. This is Revolution reaching on to the side of the KAMIKAZE. KAMIKAZE do have 4 though, as they get shot by Team YaLLa. So YaLLa and helping out, and that is Revolution with their full send getting completely demolished.
It's just too cool to shot up the hill. Your walls that just protect KAMIKAZE so well. You've got a building that protects them blatantly from all 4 sides. Falcons here Twisted have the same similar strength here. So as well, taking up shelter. It is down to these buildings who controls them. There has to being safe inside this zone, particularly close towards the center.
Rico Infinity fighting in from the northwest side on the edge. Ooh, nice grenade onto Stalwart's Van. Stalwart down to 3. Similarly, Rico. Nice team that really wants push across. That's a slow side because they are going to be in the open. It's a dude with that rock position trying to peek again for the confirmation trade. A good job by Rico Infinity for that. Smoke is all that's kind of needed to be able to get that revive. Wait, hold on. I think Dunak Esports managed to that one. Yes, yeah. Rico Infinity down to 2.
Rico, they are still on the edge of the zone in phase 5. 20 seconds to move before it closes on them, and it becomes a third man for Stalwart to use against. They've got Falcons to them, but Falcons, they all have the angle, and in against the zone, there's nothing really that they can do. It's all down to, can they find some path with their final smokes, or albeit put healing onto one, and just to try and survive. Down on the other end of the battlefield, YaLLa fighting in between also KAMIKAZE and also NASR, but YaLLa, they cannot get into the zone either, and they will fall down. The final 6 make it the final 5 as Rico fall as well, straight on after. But Stalwart, the final team here, 20 on into the final round. Are they going to be more successful?
All the teams have made it into this zone. We're down to 5 teams. Falcon with 4, KAMIKAZE with 4, NASR with 4, Stalwarts and Twisted with 3. We have quite a few teams left with nearly their entire team. All at the compound, Stalwarts, of course, finding a nice little watch. That's another one. They play quiet enough though and stay safe until then. They should manage to keep all 3 alive in this zone. But of course, the circle is about to shift soon as well.
With mines, the misses on to Rokis. NASR out another, but it's the Sun who gets knocked first, and Rokis dodges out of the way. NASR still looking to push back inside. They go because them who have the zone twist, they need to be the ones to push further to this. They need to press that knock into something, get in onto phase, because it is closing up behind them, and they've only got those extra few seconds. With that revive now coming through, 4 men for NASR.
Kato's got the right idea. Use the smokes, block the site closer to try and get that confirmation, or potentially pressure and weaken that team. But Kato, trying to run back, gets caught by KAMIKAZE from a different angle. KAMIKAZE is able to take shots at everybody, including NASR. Ragnarok almost gets KAMIKAZE team. New circle comes out, and it does for KAMIKAZE and NASR. This means Twisted Minds will most likely push NASR, while the Falcon team takes their fight with KAMIKAZE.
Falcons, they need a good game. We talked about it. We said that their Super Weekend wasn't all that beautiful. This is the time. In the first match again here, a different area of competition in the second Super Weekend to stand up strong. Twisted Minds. So looking one, and as you predicted, this fight happening to the double confirmation and a knock onto Rokis. Vigor is now to stay on the edge as it needs raining down. Rokis will be defending. Hassan strikes 2 for troubles. But on the back, Stalwart still don't forget about them. Zute KAMIKAZE fighting on the flank with them.
Stalwarts forced as well. The blue zone is encroaching in on them. Ooh, Molotov almost getting Vigor. Vigor, he's pretty much done. He's got 4 states. He's just gonna try and med out. Maybe higher placement than Stalwarts, because that's the only other team that's likely to go out. Or Falcons, KAMIKAZE, or NASR do.
Yeah, because there's no hope for him though. Drops to Mines down to 5th position. Falcons are pressing uphill. The fort of KAMIKAZE. Damar, complete smokes around him, and of course Stalwart on the edge, but as dissipate 2 up. The doors wide there. Damar to shoot through, and Easy the only one remaining, but Damar, he sees them, but it's KAMIKAZE who take the fight. It's actually secured right off him, and Dar on the upper front. Best is now Falcon doing the same, but Dar exploded by Falcons. And it's NASR joining in with a third party set to allow Falcons the second place. But it's about as far as they go and let Falcons pull off Rico. On the outside, NASR still inside the building. And it's down only to Yusuf here to survive, but he's got the blue zone. But NASR, they clean up to win.
NASR with a beautiful win. But like you mentioned, Falcons, they're coming back strong this era match. We question, they're very good, but we haven't seen it yet. But we did see it this match. NASR with a beautiful chicken dinner right there, trying to take advantage of that third party. We saw towards the end, it got a little bit tricky as two of their players went down, but the other two managed that timing in. And of course, they had man advantage coming in on the third party, and they got the chicken dinner, but they also got $1,000 in their pockets.
$1,000 richer. It was bad mano for Falcons because it was so close to Zute to get that first place finish. NASR, though, the really coming through from them. It came all down to actually the leeway that we were given through from not Falcon. Twisted Minds also.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I feel like they could have made their aggression push a little bit earlier when they had their smoke up. The smoke started fading out. KAMIKAZE shot them from distance and it just didn't work out. NASR, 12 elimination points, a total of 27 points gained in just one match. Team Falcons with 23. KAMIKAZE, well, I did really well for weekend 1. It looks like they're going to do well, or at least for starters, and Super Weekend 2. So maybe this game, we were surprised Super Weekend, but now they close the Super Weekend out with really good points. Maybe they just are really a strong team, and that's all there is to it.
Consistency is KAMIKAZE. They're taking it with okay for in this first start, the second Super Weekend. Stalwart UAE as well. In fact, consistency joining them down in 4th position, but as soon as those smokes clear, there's nothing left for them behind. Some concerns, though, for I think what some of the other lower teams here, though, Zute, because we did see some upsets, and I think particularly through from some of the end of Nigma not up, and also neither are two new teams, Weapon and also DDD Esports.
Yeah, I was thinking they'll come in Super Weekend and just absolutely crushing it like they did with the league, but it is different, right? Super Weekend's a lot harder, and I think the Mind Weapon and DDD are kind of realizing this. But Dunak, second Super Weekend, right? First Super Weekend, and coming into the second one, I feel like they would have adapted, or at least been, from the experience of last Super Weekend, they'll start off a little bit stronger, starting off with 0 points. Dunak, you guys need to step up, man. Dunak,
the thing, I'm not sure what it is. They've got multiple issues when it comes to team fightings, when it comes to rotations in zones, and I think if they are just a little bit more patient, maybe a little bit more informative of how they want to play between each of their players, making those informed decisions step by step, just going with those baby steps. Maybe that is a way for Dunak, but they don't have a lot of proof. As we said, I think also we saw some falls, as we said, from Nigma and such like, but the real concern was also from some of these teams like KONQUEROR, who, yes, have had those good games, but I also see a lot of games in the Super Weekends last week that they didn't do very well as well.
I think they're improving just slowly, and maybe this first was kind of an off game for them. I've seen do really good stuff in the league week this week, so I want to see try to carry that over. But Super Weekends are quite challenging, so it's only one match so far. I don't think we read too far into it, other than the fact that KAMIKAZE, I would say, is looking consistent and strong from 1 into week 2. Everyone else a little bit just kind of up in the air. You know, one match down. We still got 4 more today, and then we got 2 more days after that. Like we said, 15 games in the Super Weekend. And teams, even though they've been playing these 2 weeks, when we start a Super Weekend, maybe a lot of teams just need a little bit of warming up before they start playing like their usual selves.
Well, I gotta check about usual selves, who performed, who didn't. Stop a moment. So this game is, unfortunately, was, as we said, our newer dogs to the block. The Super Week not performing well enough, Sute.
No, not at all. Here we see the mine. Ali did extremely well being a solo. He managed to knock and confirm too. YaLLa, though, just I don't know what that player was doing. They did not push that player alone. It was a 3v1 situation after that knock, but they just was another one doing a single person push across KAMIKAZE. Man, their shots are so good. This team, one reason why they're so consistent and doing so well is literally their mechanic gun skill. We didn't see them miss many shots at all right there, so great to see out of the KAMIKAZE side.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at their position, had that long positioning, knew what they wanted when it came into that zone, and yes, they had it, they just got, I think, pushed from too many angles into that final few phases. As Stalwart, they tried Falcons, they tried NASR, KAMIKAZE, you saw them fall on the edge of the green 1-2, and from that point, it was so easy, clean up for NASR to be able to come out with the building, to come out with a win. And Yusuf, you tried as much as the first firm against NASR, it just wasn't enough for the win, and NASR taking back big $1,000, as you said, from that first match. Also, you gotta say, though, they are getting closer now to Rico. I know it's push, but if they can keep it up, if they can keep getting those points, Rico maybe to slip, might see them also be challenged at that top spot.
I think it was going to be challenged. This team came in first in the Super Week, and this week also came in first in the League Week. So it's not let off the gas at any point. They're going to keep that gas going. Sure, it's only been one game. They had a little bit more of a rough time than expected, but I kid you not, the next 14 games, Rico's going to grab some chickens. They're going to grab some of those $1,000, and I think they're going to stay in the first place overall, Jake. But before we go further, we do have a break coming up as we get set up for match number 2, so don't go anywhere.
We're hitting it back after the break now, of course. PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. We've had one game down today, but about our official streaming partner, Nemo TV, bring us all of the action on your screens every day live, your face. But it was NASR who came out with that top fantastic 1,000 win. Can they keep it though?
And NASR, that was a good start to the day for them. Of course, you know, right now, I think when they finished the first Super Weekend, they were around the middle area. So I think coming into Super Weekend 2, maybe they're going to change things up a little bit, put themselves a bit further ahead. And coming into Super Weekend 2, we'll see some teams perform consistently well as they did before. But I think some of the teams that didn't do as well is going to start surpassing the ahead of them. And while taking a look at KAMIKAZE and Rico Infinity, they're both way up there. But KAMIKAZE looking to overtake Infinity with that very first game on the very first day of Super Weekend 2.
I'd be very surprised if KAMIKAZE actually did surpass Rico Esports, not because they are doing so well, but purely because they are one of the newer teams into the league. And Rico, such a dominant team from our first Super Weekend, we thought no one's going to surpass them. I myself would have believed you, but with being so close, that's where it gets interesting. However, they are only so close to Nigma Galaxy, Stalwart below them. One game, KAMIKAZE, they not only fall away from Rico, but closer to all of those other teams, hungry below them.
Definitely have to agree. We're going to see a lot of things kind of shake up on the first page. I think Rico and KAMIKAZE, I could see these two teams end up battling it out for first place overall. And you're right, KAMIKAZE, they are way newer compared to Rico Infinity. Rico Infinity, that's a PMGC level team too, just like Nigma Galaxy. And I think, you know, every year it's at least that one team at the start of the year when we start PMPL from the beginning that show a lot of signs of potential and brightness. And KAMIKAZE, I'm gonna have to wait one more Super Weekend. Like, I want to see this Super Weekend kind of finish out before I say they're gonna be one of the big contenders for this year. But KAMIKAZE so far looking pretty good.
Impressive, but not so impressive. You have to admit, is these teams on the lower end of the board. Team Falcons obviously are moving themselves away from that with a second place finish on that match. You do got to argue, though, some of those teams falling down. We talked about Dunak, I think. Other big one still on that second page was also Evolution here too, Zoot.
Yeah, so the Falcons, they moved from 11th to 9th with that game that they had. A really good game by them. They managed to get second place overall. As we take a look at our socials, I know you might not be competing in this tournament with us back at home, but you guys could definitely join in on the conversation by finding us on social media. We're on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, TikTok. Use the hashtag PMPL if you would like to join on the conversation with us.
Using a hashtag, though, as always, because it's hashtag PMPL Arabia 2022, Zute. I'm looking forward, though, to also can we see some of the new teams we saw on that page just briefly, the Mind Weapon, Triple D. But there's not much to talk about coming through from the first match. I'm hopeful that we're on a fresh map, Miramar, and a different stage. Can they bring some surprises of a good this time around?
So before we come into this Miramar match, the last time or the last day that teams played, right? 2 days ago, there were no Miramars. It was a Sanhok filled day with Erangel in between. So looking to see if the teams can shake off a little bit of rust coming into Miramar, because it's been a little bit since they've played this map, especially against one another in the PMPL setting. As for lane path, not a very friendly playing path either for the start of Miramar.
Gonna be very, very safe indeed, and you can see a portion of the pain of some of those teams who do to jump around, create a fields up towards cruise the foul line. But it's still gonna be fair enough for most of these squads. It's not gonna be too difficult considering the most contention really happens around that Picardo side, come up onto power. My only concern then there is, are we going to some fights on those rotations up to that north side of the map as they do in San Martin? No, because first phase decides otherwise. It's going to go all the way down to the south.
Is this that Highland Wolf curse on Miramar?
That is a Los Leones City curse. Let's go. I'm excited. I want it.
I mean, okay, it might not end in Los Leones, but whenever you're here and it's Miramar, the circle is unnaturally towards that city. And well, this one couldn't be any more towards Los Leones.
It's positive vibes.
Yeah,
positive
so the
vibes
only,
for the casters.
The only thing that's good for these teams, at least we saw a circle, or not circle, a southern plane path. So it kind of forces teams to adapt to the path and kind of force them to drop more south. So it being a southern circle to start off with, you can see a lot of teams are already in that first zone, and they're definitely not going to move away too far for loot anymore, seeing that circle is far down on that southern end.
Far south circle, but you can still argue that some of those teams are going to rotate to the north side anyway for that loot. We saw already Nigma Galaxy moving up to El Pod, so also can see what we can see on our map here, the rest of Falcons and also the rest of 1,000,000 Esports jumping up to that more northern eastern end. There, also 9-6 finding their way in the mountainside here of Picardo, heading their way to the usual drop spot of was Power Grade. Have to change up, and I think now this creates a point of interest here, Zuti, as well, because we never really saw a southern zone this deep in the first season. There has been, at the start of Miramar so far as competition, some fighting around this hillside. Really, should that be the case?
It shouldn't be. Sometimes teams, they just rotate into one another and they find themselves in a gridlock fight. We've seen these fights happen in Miramar that are so far away from the circle simply because both teams that end up fighting, well, if they push any faster to the zone, it's not going to change too much. They're already going to come in late. They're already going to have to edge their way in. So they may as well take a team fight along the way, because if they don't, that team is going to end up fighting them later on in the circles most likely, and later on, well, the blue zone is going to be a lot more concerned. So I think that's why some of these teams on Miramar, even if they're not close to the circle, they'll take that fight because they want to take that same fight later on.
I think also when you talked about the far away side of the fight on the zone, you can take advantage of that though on the other hand. If you are a team here inside the center of this circle and around Los Leones potentially, instead of fighting in that city itself, head away from those fights. Try to catch teams later rotating on the outskirts of the city side, particularly if it's going to continue to center around this city itself. I, for one, would suggest, I think, that more western side of the entrance into Los Leones, if you agree with me, that is on into the hill. Very, very tricky if teams are looking on those 4 stacks, those 5 stacks on the edge of that city to block those coming teams.
Teams can honestly set up really well in the west, north, and the east side. Stop teams. In the west, you mentioned that 5-story building. The north side, there's those very tall mountaintops just on the sides of the city that can control a lot of traffic looking into Los Leones. And of course, on the eastern side are also those high top mountains. So looking at NASR, Revolution, and I do believe Dunak, those 3 are already very close to Los Leones, if not inside Los Leones itself. In a sense, those three positions we just mentioned, we could see these three teams take them, or potentially they might end up fighting each other for those positions as well.
I think Conqueror, the other ones in this first phase zone, Zuti, have a great position here around more that Landbad DT graveyard church side. You would say, well, yeah, they're right on that zone, but as we mentioned earlier, there are a lot of those teams towards that north side, Falcons and also 1 million that we mentioned previously, and to control incoming traffic may be a responsibility there for Conqueror, not only to do this, but also for them to pick up points, as we said, and about a little bit of an upsurge to get themselves in onto this Super.
Yeah, Conqueror can decide to put more of a gatekeep rather than more of a central focus on that northern side. The only thing is to make sure if they decide to gatekeep teams, they either put them away, force them to rotate all the road, or eliminate them. The thing you don't want to do on a map like Miramar when you're trying to keep out is keeping them trapped behind you. Because if you keep them trapped behind you and then you have to end up rotating, that team doesn't have the potential to wrap around anymore because they're cut so much low on time. And if anything, it's going to force that team to end up rotating right into you again in the next circle. And it just becomes pretty much of a nuisance, a very elongated back and forth fight that on Miramar never ends up well for either team.
This way, so Zute, it has been taken up already by Dunak and also Revolution. Two teams who need skill points, who need this position to try to funnel the traffic that may come in later. Sanhok has avoided though the rest of Dunak. Honestly, they be doing what they're doing right now, starting to find that split, to cover a little bit more ground, finding also the extra angle versus Smoker, because Revolution, not just Smoker is there, they're still fairly split. You can't see that very satisfied member there of Revolution, and even further is Rex, not even near the fight.
I don't think these two teams, or at least as far as Revolution's concerned, actually want to take this fight. That's a beautiful knock, though. Trade trying to come through, but I think Dunak and Revolution are just pretty much chilling. Yes, taking shots at each other, but this is one of those positions that you don't really want to fight for because there's that huge open cross that you have to make, which is always risky. And Revolution more looking to just apply pressure and claim their side of this, and just let Dunak know, like, hey, you guys aren't welcome to come over. Yeah, now that you see the map, yeah, Rex is very far away. I think they're just playing for the second circle shift. The second circle shift does come out, and it goes continuously towards the south, keeping the water in play as well. That's how south we are.
Keeping the water in play and towards that more coastal line, then suspect our teams are going to try to control these hilltops on that south end, because funneling teams on that road right down towards the coast is almost a death trap that you want to set up, and using those buildings scattered around that open expanse that leads up into Los Leones is also a viable strategy. I think teams like Stalwart, we mentioned here, also KAMIKAZE, southern team now, can take advantage of that as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of these teams do wrapping south rotation, taking advantage of that. Mine weapon, iKURD. They're in a very good spot, a little west of the center. As we see some of these teams rotating from the northwestern side, we have 963 and Broad coming in. These two teams most likely going to end up fighting each other later on as they're rotating in similar areas. YaLLa, powerful, gets knocked and come by all.
Still, Rad on the front lines, heading back, of course, to what a little bit of a skirmish, I think, here. Revolution making their presence known. YaLLa realizing that it's not going to be as simple to approach into Los Leones, but YaLLa is not really Revolution. It's the pressure that concerns me. It's his team behind them that we talked about. Having those teams on your back that you can't push away is also a big concern of this western entrance side. Is very difficult to try to push teams further away from you because the entrance in Leonas is much more ideal than trying to wrap around into open expanse. Those hills are also awkward to the side of Leonas itself.
Yeah, once you're committed to a certain pathing in through a certain area of Miramar, you kind of have to commit to that. If a team is there in front of you to stop, by the time you decide to wrap back around, you just force yourself in a worse position with less time to find a different team. So teams are be committed pretty much, or they could try to wrap. But from past experience and what I've seen in multiple different tournaments, all that really does into a different team fight with less time to figure it out. Looking at the mini-map, a lot of teams congregating in the south side now, as NASR, one of the hill I was mentioning, east of Los Leones.
NASR, they have to be careful though, because you can be more in the east of Los Leones. It works very well, much better than the western side for keeping teams away. But depending where third phase shifts, being so high up in those mountains, it can also be fairly difficult to get down them if the teams, as we can see, begin to circle around them. Third phase still on his way, and still some teams getting inside onto this third phase itself. Nigma Galaxy moving their way into Falcons. You can see that zone back into Los Leones, and it is my type of zone. To the west, this is where I like it, because this is the best side.
It's a 50-50. 50% of the Los Leones, 50% is west on the open field, mountains terrain of Los Leones. And now with that circle shift, it really help out Infinity. I was edging from the north. It also helped Nigma Galaxy. We saw that they were rotating in from that west side, and as soon as that circle popped up, they decided to back more into the blue zone to try to make their entryway in. And a lot of teams will have to default to playing in Los Leones as it's cutting short, and you can't just keep rotating around the edges of Miramar forever.
Rico Infinity Esports, they got practically the freest hilltop they could have asked for there, Zuti, on that rotation, and no one testing it for now, but it's who have been here in the gateway to Los Leones for so long. 2-2 split for them, and they managed to push away Dunak, and now control it. NASR on the back end. El Hahe will go down. Won't find a confirm though into the elimination. Dika has gone higher though to try find an angle for it. QHT is on his way. May also snipe down QHT as they fly across his path.
Try and go for that revive, making that cross, a quick cross. Dika not able to get that second confirmed knock. Revolution will be able to reset. KAMIKAZE, by the way, has been eliminated. I do believe we're eliminated more towards that southern side. I take a quick little recap of that knock. I do believe this knock was side of Batina knocking El Hahe, and looks like we're gonna cut that one short. But yeah, the zone really shifting 50-50. Since I'm casting with Highland Wolf, I'm going to favor Los Leones more, just simply because this man, if you did not know, has somehow casted 7 Los Leones games in your career.
In a row.
7 in a row. So, might be a 50-50, but when Highland Wolf is involved, it's more looking like maybe a 80-20 that we're gonna see a Los Leones finish with a circle like this.
Yeah, this zone is by a moment, I'm afraid, here, Zute, but Dunak inside Los Leones, so it's okay, but KONQUEROR are here, also not so great. You can see him trying to flank around, but they can't find it quick enough, and going in anyways. Lave will assassinate a solo of KONQUEROR on inside. First kill for them. Calaga grows at auto step further forward, but they're not in the fight quick enough, and those quick work from Dunak secure this center point inside of Los Angeles. itself.
Speaking of Las Leones, looks like we're going away from Las Leones as the new circle on up. Hopefully, we'll be able to see it on the main screen, but it's shifted to the northwest, basically favoring Rico Infinity, Nigma Galaxy, extremely hard. There's a little bit of Las Leones in place with this circle shift, just a small smidge, but mostly looking like a non-Las Leones circle finish.
It's still closer to be outskirts. It's on small warehouses heading up to it. My bigger concern here, Zuti, is it did have 55. We've got 54, which is going to lose. But still 15 teams in play coming into this phase 4. And it is very why you see fights happen left, right, and center. And also going to come back. Triple D. 5 moving back out from Nader Satan. Barely dodges it. But it's here, Stalwart, the third party, made us set to fight here as both teams who were initially fighting step back.
The problem with this fight, though, is in zone. So even if they finish this fight on the edge of this zone, there's already a team waiting for them to take that fight as well. This is the difficulty in Miramar when you get these hardships. You don't want to just cut into the circle, because then you'll have a team behind and a team in front of you that need to fight. So Star Wars take the fight from outside in, and this is not a quick one that's going to just finish easily. So time will be cut short for Stalwarts when they have to make that next engagement fight just into the circle itself.
It's crucial there that Stalwart keep those alive. They get chopped down to 2-3 players. The option's not going to be there for them, and it doesn't look great with Rad Sadat already finding one. And inside the building too, it's not going to be the easy revive. Mexico going to be burned down, and Nade quickly dodged out into the second from Sadat. Steps back out. Can he find a second? Yes, he does. He finds the third. And it makes it look so simple versus Stalwart. UAE is now only one more for him, but he hunts it down, and it's practically a 1v4 from Sadat, but he's punished right at the end. Is that how it plays? So unfair as Triple DB steal away the extra kill on him.
Ooh, Sadat popping off right there, making it... Wait, where did they go? We saw Sadat get knocked out, and he had a few teammates left, and then they're just gone. Wow. Oh!
They just disappear.
A car on fire crashing into a wall. Crashing vehicles do hurt the vehicle's HP just a little bit, and since that car was on fire, I thought we were about to see a self-kamikaze destruction right there. As more fights happening, 963 versus Dunak here. I do believe this is in Las Leones still, seeing as how they are fighting in a building, and another circle shifting on out. Okay, Rico Infinity, I know you said you bribed the circles for a Las Leones finish, but I think Rico Infinity out-bribed you. Okay,
they
got
did.
The circle
this
once
is
again.
Game.
Yeah, it's just shifting straight onto them for 3 circles in a row, looking like they're gonna have a really good chance of closing this one out as 963. Ooh, you gotta close out the fight first before you leave it, because otherwise you're gonna get backstabbed, and Dunak taking advantage of that one.
The second game, did they get the zone to them? 963. Keep themselves in this fight, though, as they've also got Revolution zooming in behind them, straight on into Falcons. Falcons seem to be holding it for now, though. Not so much can be said, though, for Triple D. Yamas falling in the kill feed along there, another of 963. Dunak do confirm the extra one. It's the zone up towards the north. Rico, all they can say for themselves is they've lost one of their players, struggling to hold it, though, because of how many teams are still alive, all on this southeastern side.
Oh, this Miramar zone is not friendly, to say the least. We saw 2 very southern circles. The second circle half shifting south into that water, and ever since then, it's been northern circles. As 963, they take out YaLLa. YaLLa trying to go for that mad scramble into zone. Did not work out for them. Dunak has managed to make their way in from the eastern side, downhill, to take that continual fight with 963. 963 looking like they're about to regret disengaging so early on and turning their backs to Dunak, but Dunak, Lathe does get knocked. Nosa with a very good one right there. We're down to a 2v2 situation. Zuxi throws that nade, flies a little bit too far, and Dunak, they're already safe inside the compound as they try and get that revive.
But are they safe? They've still got 963 imposters Zute on the other end of this building, and I don't think they're quite done with this engagement yet. He'll back up though through from Dunak, steps back out. The pre-spray not going to find anything. Zuxi burns himself down and opens fire straight on and into Clever. And Nosa as well will fall, should fall, but he jumps down and face plants, but it's not enough. As Gringo is there to be able to cover for them. Revive is brave. Nade almost lands. I think Falcons, they're pushing for it, but you heard those shots.
Nigma Galaxy on the south side this entire time, trying to stay on the edge and fight their way in, but Rico Infinity with such a strong spread, and once again, getting that circle. I don't know what Rico Infinity did to bribe the circle gods, but whatever it was, the circle gods approved, and Rico Infinity with maybe the 5th circle shift in a row towards their favor, as a nice grenade from Yusuf finishes one or knocks a player of Dunak. Nigma Galaxy down to just Freak with the SLR.
Rico, Infinity Esports prestige on that off angle. His head almost gets blown up by Freak. Pops a little bit too far up. It's now also Revolution on the other side. Prestige trying to rotate back in onto the zone. Keeping a little bit here at the flank side, but does want to get back to the team as he seems to be being oppressed by Revolution, by Falcons, coming down the hillside. NASR also diving in on to Revolution, but they're getting dismantled by all of them on the entrance forward as Rico, all of them open fire, but KONQUEROR strike back one against Rico, and Falcons even against Dunak, as it's a plethora of kills from every team, every single way.
Falcon should be able to get that revive. Falcon's the only other team with 4 members up other than Rico Infinity. So if any team has a chance at breaking it in and taking out Rico, it would be Falcon. But first they have to get past Revolution. A Revolution with a very nice setup. Take down one. 3v3 situation. Another Falcon player goes down.
You shouldn't say anything, Zute. There they go, but dropping like flies. This caster curse is hit once again. It's one time only per day. You're using it up real good, Zute, because Falcons, they're going to be the next out. As Revolution decimate them down. KONQUEROR on the northern side, trying to punish Revolution. Down to 2. Al-Hahi moving further forward, though. It's now the onus still on Rico Infinity Esports to survive, but I don't think they have to do all that much because Revolution and KONQUEROR, NASR, they're all taking each other out.
Yeah, that spread by Rico Infinity just a little bit too strong, putting out so much pressure that NASR and the other teams are more forced to fight each other than try to face the brunt force of the Rico Infinity side. We're down to those 4 teams. All teams with only 2 players besides Rico, and Rico are not letting up the pressure. They get a knock onto NASR. They also, at the same time, get a knock onto KONQUEROR. And if I caught that kill feed correctly, did they just also get a knock onto Revolution? Oh, this Rico Infinity
Revolution
bullying the rest of the lobby.
Down to 1 on Revolution. 2 for KONQUEROR, 1 definitely to NASR. Revolution do bring up their second man, but it's still the 4-man strong for Rico Infinity Esports, and it just doesn't look like anyone can stop them. The zone bribe is too good. They take out NASR, and they at least secure themselves a 3rd position for the rest. But Revolution, they may just fall in the next few moments as KONQUEROR act. They got nothing to the zone behind them, but that rock, it is good enough here. Is they even throw out the smokes, blocking out the sight lines there from SK Ton. Needing to step further forward. Also, the push here from Rico Infinity is so strong. They cannot move here. Hint. down into the corner, and Revolution, they stay quiet, knowing the Conqueror, they are being punished. Down into third, Revolution to second, but can they at least take one with them? They do. They confirm Bandar down. Can they maybe find SK Tan? And Turnis goes down to half HP, but the smoke protects him with the tree.
Revolution working their way in very slowly. Getting that one confirmation was huge. And if they managed to knock SK Tan, they'd have a good chance at winning. But oh, the shots not connecting so close. SK Tan barely making it across. And that's a huge problem now for Revolution, because now they're still being pinned in from two different angles. You have Prestige and IO7 on the high ground, on the south side, and then of course SK Tan pincering them in on the southern side. So they really needed that knock, and oh, through the smoke they'll get it, and now it's looking quite doable for this Revolution team.
But Revolution is to just say it, Zute. They lose one, and the zone's behind them. The revive's not going to come out either. Steps over to SK Tan, but he missed the shots to gain, and Prestige beats them with it confirms Revolution down, securing the win for Rico Infinity Esports. I don't know what they gave them to that zone, but whatever they gave that zone, it was damn good, because it just blessed them with that win.
I gotta give some props to Revolution, though. Revolution looking to start a revolution of their own. They managed to take down the Rico Infinity team, which was the only four-man team heading into the late game that got every circle. So Revolution put up an extremely good fight, and almost, if anything, made Rico Infinity look a little bit vulnerable. But Rico Infinity, of course, I mean, this is what? Their sixth chicken dinner now? That is 6,000 in their pockets. They got 5 last week. We're only 2 games in, and they pick up another one. It's almost unfair. I mean, okay, last week they played really well. You know, just we saw how well they played. This game in particular, Rico Infinity, the Circle Gods literally just wanted to throw money on them with how much they got the circle. But even though they got so many circles, we did see Rico Infinity play nicely split up to maintain the pressure all circle long, every zone shift. They did not let up and give any teams a chance to just breach into their position.
Still Revolution, you've got to admire it. If they could find that knock onto SK Tan, maybe there's a world where they had enough time to flank round and punish also Ida and Prestige from that north end hill. But it just wasn't good enough. When you miss those shots in those final moments, they kept themselves alive, albeit second place. However, I think the bigger surprise, we said KAMIKAZE now falling down in the bottom of that leaderboard, though on the opposite end of things, buying open the way for some of these other teams that we mentioned to maybe steal out KAMIKAZE's second place spot.
Yeah, just as I was talking about how KAMIKAZE could potentially catch up to Rico, well, KAMIKAZE gets 0 points and Rico Infinity get the chicken with a total of 26. So that point gap will widen once again between first and second, but Triple D getting 5 points. That's a very good look for them, especially since this is their first super weekend. And the Mind Weapon iKURD, they got 6 points. So they're starting to ramp things up a little bit. First game, maybe they just needed a little bit of a warm-up. But for these two teams to manage to get the amount of points they did with such difficult zones on Miramar, I would have to say that's a win for them. And I think they're looking good for the next game of Erangel too.
Yeah, I think with Revolution, you got to also admire the fact that for their side of things, they also held out that zone when it came to Los Leones too, to point back on that Verzute, and actually had that effect, to be fair, on the congestion of a lot of those teams as we approach that final zone. And I'm looking to see, can we see that play out again, forcing, as you said, a lot of those teams to fight against each other. And as we saw, even in those final moments, CONQUEROR being that final bait to allow Revolution into that second place. On the other hand, though, CONQUEROR also holding that position too for such a long time versus all of those teams like Falcons, like Dunak, who wanted that spot particularly.
Yeah, it's just different play styles coming out right there. Some teams will fight for a position earlier on, and other teams they'll just hold what they got. And it worked out for Conqueror. I feel like, it wasn't a flashy finish for them by any means, but they managed to secure they managed to secure 13 total points. So it's a good game for them. Not the one that they might have liked, where they close it out in a spectacular fashion, but 13 points is a lot of points, especially on a map like Miramar. I think Miramar is like, take whatever you could get, because that's one of the most unforgiving maps in the map rotation pool.
Yeah, I think particularly this phase itself, from phase 3 to phase 4, where we didn't know, was it going to go towards the south side, was it going to go to that northern side, was it going to stay in Los Leones? So when it is that type of zone, I think also credit to not only Conqueror, but some of these other teams who we wanted to see more in that immediate adaptation from, like Dunak, who were able to find some success here as well, Zute, when it came to that second game in kills.
Yeah, Dunak did pretty well. I liked what they did this game. I saw their ideas, their mindset. I think they executed. The execution could always be better, and that goes without saying for even the top teams. But I think their strategy and their approach to the circles and their decision making was pretty sound. And I want to see that coming into Erangel as well, not just for Dunak, but the Mind Weapon and Triple D. Those three teams I mentioned in particular are definitely towards the bottom. Dunak at least had one Super Weekend to play last week. Coming into Super Weekend 2, I want to just see them do better than Super Weekend 1.
But I will also argue it wasn't, as you said, just Dunak who had that bottom place finish in the first Super Weekend. But now we're also seeing our two newer teams, as we said, when we look towards Triple D and the Mind Weapon in our best opera moments of the second game. They still are looking a little bit slow when it comes to those plays. Yes, Triple D, Zute, they got those kills later on versus Stalwart, but it was still equally just off the back of Sadat.
Oh yeah, Sadat played that extremely well. So we take a look at the Oppo moments for that last match. YaLLa taking their fights right there. And of course, with the unforgiving circle shifts, they had to kind of full send that one as it shifted so hard to the north. They had no time to gather any info. And this drop shot, really good by Nosa, but we saw he ended up getting traded out and the revive happened. Falcons with a very good game, working in from the edge of zone. Revolution, almost starting that revolution right there.
Look, next time, Zute, you say that the team's going to do well, just don't say it for Falcons' sake, okay? When you say that they're going to do well with the rotation, it was beautiful up to that point.
I mean, I guess that's just another team that I'm barred from talking, right? My caster curse, it is pretty strong. I mean, I feel like if I didn't say that it was going to be a Los Leones zone because you're here, it would have ended up being a Los Leones zone.
Look, it can be what it like, but it is going to be a break before we head back into the game number 3 for Erangel this time around. We'll see you guys in just a short bit. Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL Arabia 2022, if I can say it right. I'm getting stuck up on my words here today. It's 2022. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're jumping ahead in time, but we're still heading into our third game, nevertheless, with myself and Zuti alongside the desk. But before we get into it, is always our beautiful sponsor down below, the Opera Reno 6 series, with upgraded performance and upgraded fun, so that your winning spirit with a brand new Opera Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. I got it right this time. And also, if you are interested in checking us out elsewhere than YouTube, you can find us on social media and jump in onto the conversation using that hashtag PMPL on, of course, as we said, YouTube, but Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Take us out on a journey to all of the social media platforms. Let us know, you guys at home, who you think is going to win this Super Weekend and who's going to win out on the PMPL Arabia in your own thoughts.
Yeah, so the Super Weekend, we're 2 games in. We got 3 more left for the day, and then we got 2 days to follow. You could say we're pretty much halfway through the PMPL MENA regions. And looking at the overall rankings right now, Rico Infinity, well, they just widened that point gap one more time, and they're also widening the money count as well. 6 chicken dinners already for them. That is 6,000 on top of the participation of all the teams playing. All 20 teams also get a participation prize for just making it this far to begin with. So Rico Infinity making some nice bank right there. KAMIKAZE, well, they finished that last game with 0 points, but in the grand scheme of things, they're still looking good. 2nd place overall with somewhat of a lead on Nigma Galaxy, and 3rd. And taking a look at the 2nd page right here, Falcons still sitting in 9th. And well, I don't think much has changed on the 2nd page.
Yeah, I think the 2nd page overall is still looking fairly the same. RTG Esports and also KURD Esports moving themselves down when it comes to 15th to 16th position. But they're not playing. Dunak has rised all above them, but they still have to improve themselves over, I think, teams like RAD above them, who are showing that consistency. Now, RAD as well, one of those teams that I wanted to talk about, those, Zute, because they've been like the ghosts, but not in a good way. They've been fairly invisible, apart from that 1v4 that we just saw that last game from Sadat.
Yeah, it's RAD. I think they just struggle more often than other teams in terms of consistency. We've seen like some big plays out of them when they get things working their favor, but that just happens too rarely, right? So hoping we get to see it on Erangel. RAD make a little bit of a comeback as we head into match number 3 on the beautiful map of Erangel.
Roll the hills of Erangel. There's going to be a rolling plane path straight through the center. It's going to go from quite all the way up to the edge of Yasna Poliana. Where is the zone going to go, though? I want to hear your bet here, Zute. Where are we deciding that phase number 1 is heading?
Well, given the fact that it is a nice plane path, it's going to be a nasty circle. So either military base, or you get that 50-50 northern circle where it's like that river is just dead in the middle and teams don't know if they're going to need to cross the bridges or not. Or we might see one towards the northwestern side. Those are my 3 guesses.
But what's your favorite? What's your favorite, though?
Out of those 3? Well, when I say northwestern, if it could end just south of Jarki, which we did see happen, that would be pretty amazing to see for a 2nd time around. But if it's not that one, it'll be a military base circle.
Wow, I feel like we're on a good page, so military base. I'm feeling like we could have a South final finish. There it goes.
Oh,
I guess correctly. We got it. Let's go. South side, and we're going in towards the east. I mean, that is a solid at least 20.07862% water zone.
Oh, there's a lot of water in play on this one. And oh man, give these teams a break. They just had to deal with a very difficult Miramar game, and now heading into Erangel, you know, the map that's supposed to be easier for these teams to navigate, rotate around on, and know which positions they want to set up on. Well, the first circle says, nope, not anytime soon.
First phase is looking pretty nasty. Expect, I think, a lot of these quicker rotations down towards the southern side. Triple D instead this time not going to go to Novo, though. He did head towards more of that Stalwart Hill side, going to take advantage of that versus Dunak. Instead, Dunak do decide to drop elsewhere. But that bridge, Zute, on the eastern end, that's why I think a lot of these teams are going to prioritize their focus if that western bridge just does seem a little bit too far out.
Well, we see one team really prioritizing this zone, and that's Nigma Galaxy. They've already left Pachinki. They dropped around Pachinki for the vehicles just like regular, but the second they saw that circle come up, they are not messing around. You see them right there. They already rotated past Twisted Minds. It looks like they're trying to set up on that gas station area, but I don't think they are going to set up here because they probably don't have any loot at all. They're going to rotate down past the bridge. Yeah, Ralph here with no meds, no helmet, nothing. They found the vehicles and they're adapting to the circle. I actually personally really like this because we've seen Nigma Galaxy struggle in these military zones after Pachinki, just because even though they're rotating from Pachinki, teams are still set up on the bridge just due to their splits around the initial drop. So Nigma Galaxy don't want to mess with that at all, and they're going to start looting up on the military base side. And it also works this way because of the plane path. Right, you mentioned it. Triple D did not go to Novo due to the plane path, and they went somewhere on plane path line. So Nigma Galaxy knows they can just rotate and loot on military base side itself because no teams can really drop there to begin with.
Well, we got a chase, but unfortunately it's not that dramatic because neither of them seem to have a gun in hand, so it's only going to be a sports car flash through from freaking Amodi. Is Dami decides to take a slower approach, gets caught, I'm afraid, on the edge of the tractor, so he will get stuck a little bit here. It happens to the best of us, I'm afraid, Dami, but he goes in, head first, strong. I'm not sure if that's the wisest idea, though, Dami. He jumps off the side, tries to juke them, but they're already there. But they don't find the shots. Here come though the others going straight further into the center. Do they have anything? They do. Kato had something, and he knocks down Ralph, steps down, looks for the punish, and Ralph already executed. Lord tries to strike back, but Twisted Minds, they just completely debated the rest here of Nigma Galaxy.
Ooh, the proactiveness out of Twisted Minds. Absolutely love this, and now they're engaged in this fight, but it's a one-for-one trade. That jump out was a mistake. That jump out did lead to that player being 1 HP and then got knocked and confirmed by the off angle from Nigma Galaxy. This player trying to do the best he can, going back and forth, but Twisted Minds find the angle on there. And with 2 players down from Nigma Galaxy, knowing Twisted Minds, they might end up continuing to take to this fight. But Stalwart Esports on the other side of the bridge, they're very familiar with where Twisted Minds drop. So they should get a good idea of where this fight is happening. Hamodi also going down. Hamodi, I think, getting a little bit too aggressive there. Not putting himself in a good position. Now, Freak, the best he could do is probably disengage. Or maybe he could do a 1v3. This building in of itself is possible to get a 1v3 in. But with no vest, I'd rather him just leave. But I don't think he even has a vehicle at his disposal.
Pretty sure Dami should have seen that door close, though. Was in range, and he should know there's someone there. They have the vehicle to push and Twisted Minds. I don't think... But realistically, Nigma, as you say, should be staying along this front side of the bridge. Considering that, again, there are more players also crossing. Twisted Minds playing the right move here to actually move away from the bridge itself and give Freak the space, yes, but put him at the mercy of some of these other opposing teams who may just look to walk in, try to find a bait onto Freak, and then actually Twisted Minds use Freak to then eliminate a third different team coming over the rest of that bridge side. Stalwart and 963, those other 2 teams. The other real thing that I want to talk about here, though, was Revolution, Zute, because Revolution, a zone like this, We saw them play well second, and now with a south zone like this is their game. However, it's already Twisted Minds down on that South Island with the kills, and they look to try finish this one off. They're not going to use Freak as a bait, and the Molly does come out as an emergency to keep away Twisted Minds, but he can't drop anyway. He tries to bait Dami down, knocks one, can he find a second, uses a car, but from behind, it's a play that he just made onto Dami, played against him. Nigma Galaxy down very quickly.
Nigma Galaxy, they have the strategy and rotations down. We saw what a beautiful adjustment they made. But I think their weakest part as a team is knowing how to take the fights. It was evident in PMGC as well. I keep alluding back to this, but they finished off PMGC with one of the lowest amount of eliminations I've ever seen for a team to be able to come into the top 3. So their rotations, their strategy, as far as that goes, positioning, top notch. But their fighting definitely is their weak point, and getting taken out by Twisted Minds like that in that fashion was not a good look for them at all. So Twisted Minds, they'll get that military side for themselves. Revolution, they were looting up military base, but they've shifted off the military base itself, should I say, and they went towards the western bridge to set up a bridge camp of their own on that west side. And I see one team doing a botation. They're actually so far down south in the water right now that I can't even see which team that is on my mini map. No. Look even more south of 1 million on your map. Yeah.
Oh, it's not red. I thought it was red too. I do believe that's YaLLa. Does look to be the case there.
YaLLa.
If it's a little bit more pink. That's
Okay,
very
yeah,
far
the viewers
for
can see it
YaLLa.
too now. Yeah.
That is very
No,
far
no,
for
it's not
YaLLa to be
YaLLa.
having that side player. Wait, who is it?
No, it's not.
It's an imposter.
It's not YaLLa, because YaLLa's on like south of Pachinki right now. But anyways, next circle is out,
Really?
and we do go east, and surely it is a military zone. Question mark? I mean, we have some of the main islands still in play, and we've seen some crazy circles, but it should be military island finish. 1 million trying to go for that botation now. As Rod on that eastern side, they can find a botation of their own. There are some few boat spawns around that Mill to Power side. See if they're able to secure one before Triple D come into play. And Stalwart Esports, looking like they're doing some sort of 2-2 split where they have 2 camping the bridge and 2 trying to set up a foothold by swimming across the bridge.
Still gonna be a long rotation, and as you said, it should be South Island. But is it really going to be a South Island, Ozute? We don't know, and that's what makes it so exciting, is it could be anywhere along this southeast in front of Erangel, and it's still going to be the bridge. That's going to be the focus of where these teams want to play off of, particularly also Novo, really that other point that teams want to play on because of the access to the boat back to the northern side of this Phase 2. Only Phase 2? By the way, but it feels a little bit more dangerous. The other real concern being that, yes, as we said, there are some teams that are far out on this zone, and because it's shifted so far away from Rico Infinity Esports, this game is not a game for their zones.
Well, we saw last time when Rico Infinity got hard shifted down towards the south, it just kept going back towards them. This time around, willing to say they're not going to be as lucky. Falcons.
They used it.
On the prison side. Yeah, they used up all their circle luck in that one game. At least theoretically, you only get one game of circle luck to that degree. But who knows, man? Who knows what might happen? Rod and Falcons taking some shots. I don't like this out of Rod. Just 2 minutes ago, we saw Rod way closer down to that Novo side. And they should have been the first team to find a boat, and if there's no boats to swim across, but for whatever reason, they let Triple D pass them, and now they've also let the Falcon teams pass them up. If they have some sort of set strategy, then sure, go for it. But I don't think this is what the right play is. As Rico Infinity trying to make their bridge rotation. but they're using their meds right now to stall it out as long as possible. This western bridge is covered by blue, so they're hoping if a team is camping this bridge that they will just leave with the blue zone slowly ticking away at them.
Yeah, probably going to wait here for the rest of those Rico Infinity members to come up together, and then as that four-man push towards that second phase, hoping that the third will shift back more towards the western side for them, give them some respite to this zone. A lot of these teams still playing on the northern side. About half of our players, it was YaLLa who were the imposter there. It was actually, no, it was Dunak. That's who it was. That's who
Dunak.
The imposter... The Muggers was, Zute was Dunak, and they're rotating still south. They're eventually going to rotate through to Nova Rep, but it's a long rotation at that, but they will be blessed with that third phase.
You do know the boat is not very gas efficient, right? You run out of fuel rotating on a boat very quickly. For them to have gone from Primorsk all the way down south of Sosnovka military base to continue boating all the way to the eastern side, wrapping around the entirety of the south side of military base to the eastern side of Novo. Dunak probably had like what, 5 to 6 gas cans on hand for them to ride that boat for that distance. As yeah, we see a lot of the teams on that northern side flipping their cars in, fighting their way in to make that shoreside crossing, and of course Rod coming on the backside of everything. Maybe this was their plan all along, to backstab the teams trying to make their cross, but unless if they have a very set strategy to take these fights quickly, it just wastes time for both teams, and both teams will end up losing on crucial minutes, on crucial seconds coming into the late game of this Erangel match.
I also think there is a brilliant rotation though through from Revolution. Yes, Dunak may not have that information, but Revolution have been down here on this south end the entire game, must know more than anyone where these teams, where these players are rotating into. And it's an interesting 2-2 split for them to gather that information. I'm just not sure if really Smoker and Co should be towards more of this military base side. They maybe should be joining up and allowing the pressure of each other to give them some easier times fighting broken teams later coming in towards them.
Oh no, I actually absolutely love this 2-2 split just because they are taking two power positions. Like the only way the circle can end is on the western side, which that mountaintop will be absolutely insane, or it hard shifts to the east, and they already have a nice foothold position and information on the eastern side with that 2-2. So they have everything covered, and they know with the way the circle shifted onto military base, no teams can fully breach them and have an easy time pushing, because everybody's going to be tripping on each other just trying to rotate in. So actually, you know, this 2-2 is going to work out beautifully for them, as we do see the next circle shift come out. Triple D swimming in the water. Dunak, of course, with that botation, a very clean one, onto the Novo side. And teams on the west fighting each other. And with that circle shift, straight on to the southwest Revolution. Now is the time to group up on top of that mountaintop and basically enjoy a nice free game. I'm not going to say they're going to win, though, because it's not easy coming off that mountaintop. But for the next zone, and probably the one after, they're going to be straight chilling.
Still, they're going to get the rest of the two players up there. Twisted Minds were their only contention. NASR on the opposite end, though, trying to fight versus KAMIKAZE. Stepping into a small electrical warehouse compound. By KAMIKAZE, they do control it, so they will not let NASR further forward. In Miracle, joining up now for NASR forward a push potentially. They do have to be wary. There are going to be potentially some of those wider rotations. YaLLa could rotate in on behind them from that south side. But KAMIKAZE, the split just looks too good for them to push.
I'm taking a look at Rod. Rod is forced to cross that bridge now, and they're deep in the blue. I was saying that they made a mistake allowing all these other teams to pass them up. We'll see if they can make it out. taking a lot of blue damage as Rico Infinity in that kill feed coming out. Rod, there we go. Satan goes down to the blue zone. Yeah, definitely mistakes were made. The right plays were not made there as Rico Infinity taking a fight with NASR. NASR with 3 players up. The 4th one getting revived further behind. This is definitely an opportunity for Rico Infinity to push on in, but Batika gets a nice knock onto SK-Ton. SK-Ton being, I would say, the star player out of Rico. These grenades have to connect. It connects just slightly, but not enough, and it's actually Batika with a return nade at a very difficult angle to land that nade. Batika coming in huge for NASR, but can NASR go aggressive here? I like to see NASR go aggressive. I get that they have a defensive position, but there we go. We have that flank coming in. We see that vehicle, that 2 flank. A little bit short here, but they're going to continue the push and take it.
NASR losing 1 note, losing 2 potentially is Rico. They step further forward to Bandar is here, but Bandar finally goes down. Prestige GOD1, and there they fall out valiantly as NASR sweep them under the rug and revive every single one of their players. Dunak join though the rest as KONQUEROR were able, alongside the help of Twisted Minds actually in the kill feed, to completely obliterate 3 in 1 go. Down now to this mountainside. Who can push Revolution though, Zute? Because that zone, unless it shifts away in this next phase, as you say, there is realistically no way Revolution lose out on this game.
Revolution on top of the hill still. King of the mountain, king of the hill. With the next zone shift, they could continue being kings as they do get that circle. But wow, this shift towards that southwestern side, ooh, that is a tough one for so many of these teams because there's not much playable area. All the teams on the east kind of have to play on this hill that you're seeing KONQUEROR Iraq being forced into, and he just gets absolutely dropped and eliminated. Everybody else making difficult rotations now. Revolution chilling on top. NASR with the nice circle shift towards their side. KAMIKAZE getting that zone on the low grounds. They have compounds at least to play in on that low ground of the mountain high top.
I think in NASR as well, though, they're going for this wider split, Zute, trying to control this complete south side. All of these other teams maybe are looking for that flank, not willing to challenge their Revolution on the top of the hillside. So they'll rotate down the south as YaLLa have done, 1million also have done. And NASR can again continue to punish these teams as they try to approach them from a different angle. Falcons on this northern side, who were one of the later teams to rotate, have been versus Stalwart, but finally they'll put an end to it. Is now they are able to push themselves further up, but they have been so far engaged in the fight that the phase 5 blue is right behind him, and it's a similar problem here for 963, who are also again sandwiching Stalwart punished in the future now.
Next zone is starting to close on in as teams trying to figure out the way in. 963 you mentioned with a playing quite split. I think this split that they're playing is more so for information to find which side of the circle they could break into. But ooh, nice shots by Zalop right there, and Trippy getting traded. Ooh, just one player of 963 getting knocked there. The revive should be able to come through. Beautifully done by 963. This area of the zone, not easy to work in from. So they spread out, try and get more info. They find the openings, they find the angles, they pick up the elim points, and not only that, they make their way into this next circle. YaLLa Esports on the other end, playing on that hillside on the southeast, fighting not Twisted Minds. This is the Mind Weapon iKURD, or just down to Sama. Sama trying to get that revive in before his teammate bleeds out. He does manage to get the tap, but that tree is the only thing standing in between them and the DP of Smoker.
Still, Revolution, they do need to move if this zone shifts away. Approaching to the other end of this mountaintop in advance for that Al-Hai, camping out Falcons. But a mind weapon, they were caught. Instead, it was by YaLLa, who rotate, catch him in behind. Osama naded into the oblivion. His Revolution lose out the mountain. Phase 5 is shifts back onto KAMIKAZE, on into Twisted Minds, who now gatekeep away Revolution, trying to do what they can to clear out a path from above. KAMIKAZE losing one knock as the rest of these players begin to circle around the compound. But neither of these teams is going to fall yet. All waiting patiently for the chaos from others to try draw in some action, draw a path for them further forward.
Can the Twisted Minds hold that location down from Revolution? Does Revolution even know of that spot right there? This area of the map not very commonly played. Seeing Twisted Minds play that position, that actually is a very nice ridge top position that the Revolution can take over. But Falcons have sneaked right behind the likes of Revolution, playing very quiet. And I don't think Revolution is aware, as NASR takes an engagement with YaLLa. One of the players of YaLLa go down, and Rex, oh, that grenade might actually cause some damage, just tossing it out. But oh, there it is, and it lands. Oh, not getting any knocks, but definitely knocking Ragnar down to 1 HP. And Revolution, they are aware of the flank that Falcon was trying to do. Such a cognizant, aware team right there by the sides of Revolution. Good job to them. Two of their players do get knocked, though, as NASR try to make their way into this final zone.
YaLLa, it's not going to go well for them, though. QHD still struck down one with a knock, and it's made it so much easier with that softening blow of the nade for NASR to clean them all up. Twisted Minds even going to secure Hoping off the end of the play. Is Revolution also going to lose Smoke? And 963 catching him on the edge of the blue as he tried to slip further down. 963 inside now the compound. Inside phase 6 is Revolution. It's a party car down onto Twisted Minds, but there's no music playing. Only the funeral track list here for Twisted Minds as they will just both drop. Now it is Revolution in control of that ridge line that you said, but can they hold it? Because they're already in on the next phase and they've only just began to settle.
Yeah, and one of their players is knocked, which they're going to have to stick that revive for. So in reality, they only have one player up here that could be an active gunner for who knows how long until next circle shifts. Next circle does go straight on to KAMIKAZE. That's actually so good for 963 because 963 has a 4-man team and they can fight their way in. Revolution have to leave that hilltop side. Triple D, super weekend. Oh, Triple D Gate with a nice nade finish onto NASR. That will push them from top 5 up to top 4. Triple D with the Triple D with the super weekend debut. Getting 2 decent games in a row. Now this one definitely being better than the last one, but 963, this looks like 963 game to potentially win out as long as the Revolution team don't cause too much damage onto the 963 team.
It's all down here for KAMIKAZE to try hold, but the nade onto Aziz is so beautiful, and with Otham so low, there is little here KAMIKAZE can do to defend their homeland. Is 963. They're pushing in the doors. Revolution, they're coming in from the back, and it's from all entrances. They're being sandwiched. They still survive for now. But it's how much longer can they survive in the center of them all? Molly traps now off him. Barely avoids the fire. There's 963 sending out a nades again. They're trying to find the angle onto him, but no health is lost.
Zuxi, all he has is that crate for cover as Zosa has picked up a nice off angle. Look at 963's split setup. They have 4 up and they have somehow managed to just and capture the entirety of the northeast and western side. And with those off angles, KAMIKAZE don't stand a chance. We're down to the last two teams, 963 versus Revolution 4v3.
Revolution, they have both found a nade straight through onto him. They dodged it out. 963 trying through the smoke, setting fire to the smoke with a Molotov, and now trying to pinch away the three stuck members of Revolution, all trying to approach onto the edge of Laza. Sets out the molly, pushes him back the other way, herding him like sheep in the other dogs. 963, they're getting trampled, but it's from behind. Finally, they were able to grab it. Is 963 come out with a win at Zute, but it didn't look so clean until that final moment when they had the breakaway point from KAMIKAZE into the control versus Revolution. I think Revolution, had they been a little bit more aggressive in that final moment, though, they may have been able to punish KAMIKAZE and take back a game for themselves.
Yeah, it's just the fact that coming down from that mountaintop, right? I mentioned one of their players was knocked. The zone was already about to shift and start closing. They had to take that fight with Twisted Minds. It just lost them too much time to fully utilize that position. Had they had 4 up from that position, it would have been a much different story. But 963, huge credits to them. Working in from the northern edge side into those late game circles. You saw how spread they had to be to get those angles. That requires each individual player to really know how to position so they don't get knocked by some angle that they're unaware of. And we saw them do that coming into that late game circle too. 2 circles previous, they needed a way to breach in, and they spread out 4 people strong all the way across the northwestern side. So I think 963, that was not an easy game by any means. That was actually one of the probably more difficult games, but they made it look so easy, having all the players left up towards that late game and keeping all of them alive, playing split from one another is quite impressive to see. And that Molotov at the very end, well, that Molotov caught 2 of the players of Revolution with their pants down. And 963 Egypt finished off with 12 elimination points, a total of 27. Very good one for 963. But I want to give a shout out real quick to DDD Esports. 8 placement points and 3 elimination points. That's 11 for them. That's a good game for their very first Super Weekend.
And Revolution as well, 9 elimination points to them on the second half of that leaderboard, making their way up to the top half very slowly but surely here after that third match. A slight slip of the draw, though, on a lot of these other teams. I mean, yes, KAMIKAZE, Twisted Minds being the only other 2 at that first page, really stepping up with the high points. It's really as you do head through to the lower end of this leaderboard where you see our top contenders overall suffering in this third match as a result of all of those hard shifts.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy had such a good rotation and strategy going into that zone, but they just could not win the fight against the likes of Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds, well, credit to them, one of the strongest fighting teams in here, and they made Nigma Galaxy look like dessert. Dunak, we congratulated them for that nice rotation, but maybe the rotation after that was not capitalized on as they go out with 0. And Rico Infinity, well, Rico Infinity was rotating in from that northwest and taking their time because of how far the circle was. But ultimately, I think Rico Infinity fell to the likes of NASR. We saw that fight, that 4v4 between NASR and Rico Infinity, and NASR just pretty much outplayed them and outgunned them. Simple as that.
I think also, though, the bigger concern for me was not Rico. The biggest concern I had was from Rad, actually, in the way in which they played that game. Now, we talked about their decision-making. They messed up the Bills of Power rotation, allowed Triple D to pass them. Then they also messed up the next rotation, coming out into the blue side in phase 4. And afterwards, 963 made it look so easy to execute the Mao Zute. Rad seemingly so good when they have the plan on board, but if a zone gets complicated, they seem to lose all sort of that control.
Yeah, it's this game is all about adaptability, right? You can't have a plan for every potential circle. There's too many factors, too many different just scenarios to make a plan for every one of them. But if you have a team that understands the game to a core fundamental level, you can adapt to almost any situation. And that's definitely missing out for the team of Rod. We both called it out. Rod, good position to swim across, to rotate now. But what do? They let two teams behind them just rotate right on by. And that ultimately, in the end, hurt them quite a bit. Taking a look at the Opal moments, though, we saw a lot of early game aggression focus around the bridge areas as teams tried to scout and secure that bridge area for themselves because they knew it was going to be a military base ending. And here we saw that deadly fight. Ooh, nice drop or jump down shot, but that was not enough for him to clutch out that 1v3. And yeah, right here, we saw this elimination early on, but they didn't do anything from it. They did not rotate, and there's that fight between NASR and Rico Infinity.
Yeah, it almost frustrates me, I think, when you see someone try to face someone down with a pan as well, and then actually it ends up being so obvious how they die. 1million as well, unfortunately, just couldn't find a way in. But it's this 3 kills through for 963. That way in on to military base. It felt like Brad should have been all over that. Should have been controlling 963 from the get-go. And 963 shouldn't have been allowed a way into this game, let alone the chicken dinner. But because Rad, they weren't prepared, they were trying just to survive and save their own skins. They can't play like that, though, and they get punished hard for that.
Yeah, they definitely did. And 963, okay, I really like what they did this game. I have not seen 963 play so individualistic with all the setups and angles of each individual player finding their own position to help out the team. I want to see if this 963 team is really what they're made out to be as far as that last match goes, and to continue playing that way when possible in the upcoming matches and in the upcoming Super Weekend days.
Well, the leaderboard has been all over the place, so Zute, and it's only going to get even worse, quite frankly, because it's Sanhok after what will be a short commercial break.
Every time
Oh, we're bad boys. It's Sanhok time for the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. Myself and Zute. 3 games down, 9-6-3, coming hot off the press. But as we said before we left the break, though, Zute, it has been a hectic day. And quite frankly, the standings, they have been just that as well.
Oh yeah, the circles just super weekend circles, man. What can I say? They always go a little bit more haywire, and I want to see the same thing on Sanhok. I'm hoping for a Northwestern Island finish, but before we get into that Sanhok, let's take a look at the overall and see what has changed. Not too much has changed. Rico Infinity, KAMIKAZE, Nigma Galaxy maintaining their first, second, and third. NASR, though, has been doing pretty good today. I think they definitely moved up a little bit in the rankings. Twisted Minds sitting right there. Stalwart UAE. So the consistency, I'm seeing a lot of consistency out of the front page. So the teams that did well in Super Weekend 1 continuing to do more or less decent coming into Super Weekend 2.
I want to also highlight Revolution as well, who I believe started 11th for 12th position starting today, and now have been able to move themselves up into that 7th position there as well, Zute. 137 points for them, and very, very close to getting that 4th position as well. There is only 8 points, quick maths, between that 4th and that 8th position overall. So that scoreboard, it can go anywhere it likes, even to the 14 points separating KONQUEROR and Nigma Galaxy too.
Yeah, so Nigma Galaxy holding on to that 3rd place still, but I love what you pointed out. That does mean Nigma Galaxy is starting to fall behind. A lot of teams are catching up to that 3rd place. Nigma Galaxy, once again, starting off slow. Looking at the second half of the leaderboards, well, 9-6-3, they definitely shot themselves up into that 10th place position. But I want to say, after they finished Super Weekend 1, they were 10th place to begin with. So they kind of fell off in the first 2 games, and then they had a huge game just to get back up into that 10th place spot. Rod, well, they started off today coming in 12th place overall, and now they've fallen down to 13th, and Dunak is starting to catch up.
Yeah, I think 1 million, Dunak, and also Rod, these 3 teams, these are the teams that I want to see more from, because I think, quite frankly, Revolution, 9-6-3, YaLLa to an extent through these games, they've all shown that they can have these good results so far in the second Super Weekend. But the other 3 that I just mentioned, all of them are still to impress us. And I'm more surprised, actually, by 1 million, considering that they have been having a little bit of a lackluster day so far. But if you think they can improve, then you should then jump in onto the social media yourselves and jump in onto that conversation using, of course, hashtag PMPL, and see if you think that these 3 teams also can dive on in and get some points for themselves. Because it's Sanhok next, and it can be anyone who comes out with the win here.
Yeah. To add on to that 1 million real quick before we continue on to Sanhok, they finished last Super Weekend 8th place overall, so no longer in that first page. So definitely one of the teams that's been struggling so far. But speaking about struggles, right, what better map to have some struggles than Sanhok, the most chaotic, difficult map of them all as far as the RNG is concerned. And we're going to take a look at just how some of these teams play out in Sanhok. Coming into this new Super Weekend, we have 2 new teams that did not play in the last Super Weekend. I'm actually surprised there hasn't been more hot drops so far in the first 3 games. Seems like everybody's done their VOD review to a very good, thorough degree that we've avoided hot drops with 2 new additions to the mix. But with Sanhok, we've seen teams fight each other regardless if they know that they're going to be dropping in the same location. So we might see some hot drops here, primarily towards that Cal Tapmock region, as KAMIKAZE and the My Weapon. Oh, okay.
Let's just stop there. Let's just have a second here, Zute, to appreciate we'll maybe catch our breath because I don't think that zone is going anywhere near Sanhok. It's out. It's leaving us.
Oh yeah, that is that should be a penalty on the side of the circle, like out of bounds. Come on, out of bounds circle. Can we get a remake? A restart? Oh man, but here we go. Here's that fight. We saw this fight happen all throughout the league stage. Neither team ever giving this up, and we had a day of 3 Sanhoks. So teams are very familiar with each other here in this fight. The mine weapon iKURD though, a 1-for-1 trade. I think we've had 2 players knocked from both sides right now. So it's a very close one. Back and forth, UMP dodge and weave as KAMIKAZE gets the upper hand now. 1v2, if he can get this trade, Asama looking like he will. Now it's down to a 1v1. Autumn versus Osama, the mine weapon versus KAMIKAZE, and one of their closest fast skirmishes yet. And the push, the TPP peek out of Osama. No vest, that UMP. And that is the mine weapon winning this one out. Mine weapon, for the record, 3-1 against the KAMIKAZE as far as that hot drop goes. KAMIKAZE losing the majority of those exchanges.
But they gotta be fast though, because yes, we see the fighting versus Rico and here Dunak, but 1,000,000 on the side. They're surrounding Cow right now versus the mind weapon. So as much as this is beautiful to watch Dunak also step up, even though it's a 1-for-1 trade versus Rico Infinity, they do need to be careful here and Cow up to the north side. But it is Arif challenging here Prestige. The Molly now into the nade. Reef. Lucky enough that it misses as he now sidesteps back through. Another nade. Will this one leave? No, barely. Doesn't find him out. 5% HP, but more importantly, he's got no healing, Zute. Prestige has all the first aid kits in the reef. You can only hope that he gets some miracle peak, but I doubt that will be the case. As SK Tano going down on the back end draws Prestige away from the fight, and the reef lives to see another day.
Oh, that was a good support by Dunak's teammate. We saw Reef get a haircut from Prestige when he scoped in there. Any more downwards, those bullets would have connected, but I do believe it was Gringo who got that knock on the other teammate that relieved that pressure, and now Rico Infinity forced on the defensive. And just to touch on Cow after that fight with the mine weapon, you talked about it. The 1,000,000 are looking up to set up a third party. So we might be going to that fight very soon, right after Dunak finishes their engagement. Gringo, understanding the objective here, get a wider flank, get a wider split going in. Because more than likely, Rico Infinity are going to try and disengage. And it is called out, and Lathe finds Prestige before he can make it any further. SK done with no meds. All he's got to his name is some boost left that he's already used up. That's only ticking his health up ever so slowly. And SK Ton. Oh. He's going to go for it.
Leif is down. Will he find a confirm? He's looking for it. Will grab it, but immediately punished, but it's not in time. Rico is slapped one back before they die out completely. Gringo in a revote, down to 2 remaining. They will at least be able to win out in the fight. A massive win for them now is heading back through, though, to 1,000,000. The mind weapon, not really phased about this fight, though. Zakaria and the rest waiting patiently here, knowing that unless really the mind weapon go by boat, 1,000,000 can just keep them here, can keep them locked down. And even if they did go by boat, it's this beautiful position from Jabbar who can actually punish them if they go for that boatation round side. There's even more fighting, though, happening versus Revolution and Rad. Rad, another one of these teams that we wanted to step up, and it might be the case of these underdogs stepping up as Rad Satan looking for his next playmaking opportunity, down to half HP, but Rex still on the other side of the mountain.
They're isolating this one player out of Revolution, a 2v1. Nice split right here. They already have the 2 opening knocks. As there we go. The trade goes through, or not even a trade. They just simply outpower, and Revolution is forced off this mountaintop. I do think Revolution was the team defending this area to begin with, and Raw just took it by brute force, and there we go. Another team eliminated out of the running. This is the most intense Sanhok game as far as the early game goes that I have ever seen through all of the PMPL stages. And does it have to do with the fact of how crazy that first circle is? I almost feel like the team saw that first circle and they're just like, nah, we're not about it. We're just gonna go down fighting now. We do not want to see what this this circle has in store for us.
No, I mind weapon. They might be traveling over here back to Erangel to the next game. They're trying to look elsewhere here. Suit, I don't think they want to play in this match. But they're going to wrap around elsewhere to, I believe, Hartin should be where they end up going towards. Is Revolution, it did control that because Revolution, of course, are now dead. It opens up that location for themselves to take. And actually, crucially here, avoid the bridges, because the bridges are really the concern, Zute, as well, considering that the zone is so far up towards that northwestern side. I'm actually surprised teams haven't put a bigger focus on trying to camp, particularly that northern bridge, or that Triple D didn't put a focus on trying to camp maybe that northwestern side entrance on the southern bridge as well, just heading past ruins.
I think we would have seen some more bridge camps if the circle wasn't so ridiculously out of bounds toward the northwest. It's almost to a point where if you bridge camp, you're on the edge of the first zone. And we all know how difficult it is to just rotate around on this map. As we do see 2 boats in the distance. I don't know if they spotted each other. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, if 963 spotted that boat, they would be gunning for it, because they have 3 shooters active in that boat. But luckily for the mine weapon, they rotated just far north enough to be out of sight. 963, they'll take that rotation and rotate in. And 1,000,000 looking to camp the mine weapon out of Cow. And luckily for the mine weapon, for whatever reason, they rotated even further north to grab that boat. But I think they've been third party before by 1,000,000. So I think they kind of had an idea that it might happen. So they didn't even venture outside of Cow to take a peek. And so that is definitely crucial information that they learned from the league stage that they're able to apply coming into the Super Weekend.
So I just feel so bad right now for these teams down on the south side. I mean, if you're Falcons, Zute, quite frankly, at this point, yes, okay, it's going to go back to some normality for phase number 2 here. Phew. But Falcons, they've got a long way to go. They got a journey to go, and it was unexpected.
Oh, no. For the side of the Falcons, Nigma Galaxy and Twisted Minds on the south side, they're just resorting to the mid strat. They don't even care about the circle at this point. They saw that first circle. Yeah, they saw that first circle and was like, all right, who's medding? All right, cool. We'll go shop for meds. We'll pass it all to you at some point. And that's pretty much it. As the mine weapon, they finally make landfall, but they go right into the hands of 963. Ooh, Osama with a very nice UMP knock, connecting straight headshots. 1v3. He's got that grenade. Oh, but they've got that molly. That's going to force them out of position. It's not looking good for Osama here.
He tries to go forward, but he finds the second indeed. He's not going to health bar, though. He's trying to peek, but there, Trippy. It's just too good. It's too much health bar to burn through the mine weapon iKURD. They fall down. 963 Egypt striking their 2 kills, and they will actually manage to get back Zuxi and Lizzo as well. But the zone, it did go again towards that northwestern island. They are still fairly on the edge of this, so to actually come further up a little bit on that northwest island, I think is probably the right play. Try to find maybe a little bit of those compounds coming in onto the road, because you want the ability to get onto that mountain still here, Zute. It is now in the center, and we know if teams don't have that accurate way up to that mountain path, they are going to be completely gatekept by a lot of these teams who, yes, like Rod, can openly fire at them for practically free.
Oh yeah, Rod's gonna be in a very good spot for at least 1 or 2 more circles. That mountaintop has pretty much sight lines of, I would say, up to like 300 meters all around the center of the map. So they're going to get a lot of information. They're going to be able to not necessarily confirm eliminations, because it's actually really difficult at that distance. Teams just will stay behind cover and not even, risk it to get knocked and eliminated. But at least for Rod, they could get the information on where they need to go next. That's the biggest benefit of that top mountainside. And we're down to 12 teams already. We already have 4 teams completely eliminated out of Sanhok. And we're only heading into circle number 3. We usually see a lot of chaos and action break out towards the late game of Sanhok, but this time around, it might be just a slow, steady pace all throughout the match, since we have lost so many players early on.
Yeah, 4 teams already down to 46 players. Fortunately, had to lose 18 of them. Yeah, they are stepping forwards. They're trying, I think, to get this extra position on this hillside. NASR, they do control it. And it's down to where this phase 2 goes to see how they will move, because they are also pincered here between Stalwart up to the north side, and a tricky position for them if this zone does move away.
Well, we'll see very soon exactly where this zone will move away towards as the next circle shift. Okay. That is a very fair, nice circle for all teams involved, I would have to say. Everybody can find a way in with not too much of an issue. KONQUEROR probably the only team that's going to have to look to take a fight potentially with 1 million. But yeah. Oh, Triple D on that western side. Wrapping on in, they're going to wrap right into the Nigma Galaxy team.
Nigma Galaxy, they tried to go in for the fight, tried to go in for a position. Triple D sitting at the bottom of this leaderboard, challenging Nigma Galaxy. This is a very important fight for them if they can hold their ground. Instead, they actually give it up. They're going to give more space here to Nigma Galaxy. They're not even interested in the fight. But Nigma, they almost strike one back regardless. YaLLa's also stuck. Geith in between the boulder. A rock and hard place versus here. Nigma Galaxy getting up this hillside. They could go up further, but to where though, Zute? I mean, Rad, they also just stop them the moment they get past that building.
Yeah. Not much to do around that entirety of the hilltop. Not with Rod up there. Rod's going to be able to pressure out multiple teams, even if it's just one player playing split. Jama's getting some nice shots in, getting tagged up himself, though, forced to use that first aid kit. And at this point, you also have to consider how many first aid kits are you going to use, and just how many first aid kits are left on the entirety of the team if you're forced into a heal strat situation. Nigma Galaxy, of course, stocked up on them. I think we saw 7 out of one player and then 6 out of the other 2. So Nigma Galaxy have their contingency plan already set in place. Pretty much, I wouldn't even call it a contingency plan. That is their plan from the get-go when it comes to Sanhok. It's just default to med strat, because the zone rarely ever shifts to that southwestern island where they start looting from. So they don't mind any zones at all as long as they could get those meds in. And KONQUEROR having to make this rotation. I said this is probably the team that has to make the most difficult rotation. And with 2, 3 vehicles, they actually just drive right on by. Where are they going to full send it to?
They are going to the mountain. Zute, they're challenging the center. I mean, whether they get there, still none of them are knocked, Zute. And to be fair, 2 of them, if it works, you don't blame them for it. Caligar did get stuck, though. 1 million on the bridge. They will have to sacrifice 1 potentially, but they get into a ravine. A huge rotation here for KONQUEROR to survive in this game.
Beautiful rotation. But I only say that because they didn't get absolutely destroyed, which I think they should have. They should have lost at least 2 players on that rotation. But it works out for them as the next circle shifts up in Stalwart Esports. in the smack dab middle of it. It's really good for them. That's also really good for 963. 963 can use that hot 10. They don't have to fight up the side of Rod, and this is not good for Rod. Rod's going to have to push their way down on in and most likely push into the Conqueror Iraq team, as all the other teams will fight for that southern side of the circle.
Phase 4. Stalwart in control of it for the first time of this game. Gotta see what they do with it though. Conqueror playing a very dangerous game here with 1million. Whoever driving further forward, pushed back by Jabal. Is A2 not willing to move because they can't move here. Zute, when they step up past that hillside, then you are in the range of Stalwart. Then you are in the range here of Rod above you. And this is what pins them. Is about to pin on the edge of these hillsides. The Stalwarts who had the control, they grab Freak in there. Freak will be punished. Easy. Even gonna wipe out a second there with the help. And it's just so easy for Mexico. Easy to grab them, but Easy is just simply knocked straight after.
Yeah, knocked by Rod on top of that mountain so far to the west. That gives you a good idea of how long of a sightline they have onto the rest of the map. Nigma Galaxy, I'm surprised they full sent it with all 4 of their players. That was a very wild rotation where a high likely chance of your players going out. And they didn't pass any of the meds to a singular player to do the med strat. But we saw them loop for so long. Maybe they're just tired of trying to gain their points med stratting and would just rather try to see a full send and see if it works. Did not work this time around though. Falcon rotating on by using the water. Pretty smart choice, to be honest, as all of the bridge and land access ways are completely congested and camped out.
But you can see Dunak, they're throwing their nades in. They're trying to see if they'll find a catch. Falcons, to talk about unfair, Zute, it doesn't get more unfair than Falcons dropping over in the dock to having a zone like that in phase number 1, but they're making it work. They're now in 11 still, which is fairly darn good considering where they began. And Dunak, that might just make them allowing into 10th here, is they are the ones pinned, losing 1 now with the struggle for the seconds. 1million leaks the completely on that bridge. Such a beautiful position here to punish a lot of these rotation teams.
Next circle shifts, and it's a hard western shift. We're going to get some of that ravine in play, but mostly we're going to get that mountaintop that Stalwart has been at. But there's a full team of Triple D just north of that mountaintop. They should look to make a push now if possible, but they have a full team of 963 right behind them, and Conqueror Iraq and 1million coming on that northern side. Not to mention the Falcon team that has managed to swim on up. They're going to look to swim right up to where the 1million are. Oh man, we've lost so many teams early on, but yet this is looking like a typical Sanhok game where we have so many teams in the late game taking fights all around the map 360 degrees.
1million still down to 1 actually. I was going to say 2, but that nade landed true, and Rever here, Conqueror lied down to the underground, trying to spray down, but he had to reload. He didn't reload before, and Lixty made maybe the mistake of the game here for his team as he finds 2 in the smoke. They can't get him though. Gallagher went into the edge of the water, but Falcons from the other side punish him, and 1million down. Falcons playing the game as best they damn can as 963. Inside Triple D's compound, fighting it for some survival. It's Rad spraying from the high tops, but Dunak, they also fall before anything as Triple D barely alive themselves. Safe, Yamas making the revive. 963 trying to heal up, but it's nowhere really for these teams to go. You can see they're fighting on the edge of the zone, but the zone, Sute, it's got no one inside of it. It's all the fighting on the outside, and Triple D safe punishes 963 for the overstep.
Ooh, Triple D coming in hot right here. Oh, that rock, a godsend for them. The only hard cover that's preventing that team from getting eliminated, and that zone is right next to them. All they need to do is get that revive, wait for the circle to close, and all the other teams will be pushed down. Rod, now I see why they didn't go down into the Ravina circle earlier, because they could just go down in a vehicle, take no... Oh, jeez.
Did that just end up in the tree? Rats! They're falling, but they're making the plays. They get back in the ravine like nothing ever happened. Yeah, I mean, that is some action Hollywood stunt there from Wild as NASR.
I like how NASR is literally like, wait, did you hear something? Did a full four-man team just drop down behind us?
Maybe. Was that 4-3 kills we're looking at, say NASR? But they're trying to find them, but it's 2, maybe 3. They don't have enough bullets in the clip to find them, but they reload. And there comes a 4th. Rod easily decimated down, but so are NASR by YaLLa.
Oh!
4th from Powerful is to help there from his teammate. They slice and dice. Triple D now gifted away through, and Triple D may be in control of this game here. Zute, can they close it out though? YaLLa, they're trying. Powerful finds one. Yama's dead. Firsted away with the elimination.
Oh, the grenade!
Nate
The grenade
finds
takes it down to a
2v1. 2v1, but it's not enough. Still, Triple D, they come out with a chicken dinner though, Zute. The first one of their Super Weekend, to be fair, $1,000 richer, and also the points, more importantly, that they needed so badly to try to catch up to these other top 16 teams.
It is not looking good for RTG or KURD12, the two teams that made the Super Weekend last time, but not this time around. This is looking like Triple D is definitely going to overtake them and send one of them out of the top 16 sooner rather than later. Triple D with a beautiful chicken. That one rock really saved them as they were trying to make that crossing over into that southern part. But can we take a second and talk about the flying car that just kind of drops down out of nowhere? That's like a cartoon. I imagine NASR were fully focused on what was in front of them in the zone. And if you think of a cartoon perspective, a car just drops down behind you, and an exclamation mark points up from the heads of NASR. It's like, guys, I think we just had a full 4-man team drop down behind us. We need to go clear that out. And the second they clear it out, YaLLa springs up and third party zone for 2 full 4-man teams wiped out in a blink of an eye. And on the other end, I think Triple D took down Stalwarts. And before I even realized it, we were down to a 3v2.
We were down to 3v2, but Triple D, they had the man advantage. They had every advantage to high ground. They took it through to the win and secured 19 points. But as you can see, very even still between those 4 teams at the top, all securing massive elimination points.
Yeah, Triple D with only 4 elimination points. So they definitely just tried to stay alive and make it into each zone. And they struck at that third-party opportunity. We saw them take down 2 of YaLLa. I do believe the other 2 that they took down was probably Stalwarts UAE, because we saw Stalwarts on top of that mountain already. So efficiency in the elimination points leads to that placement points for the side of Triple D. YaLLa with 7 elimination, NASR with 8. Same with Rod. We saw Rod be very proactive early game, taking that fight on top of that mountain, and they were rewarded quite heavily, getting 8 placement points on top of that with the 8 elimination points.
Still, Dunak as well, making her way up to that top 8. Yes, it's only 5, but it's more points than I think, to be fair, Dunak have had in the previous series of games, but they need to still get higher. Unfortunately, though, that means again that it seems to be some of these other teams that we have seen all too often, though, today here. Zute on the bottom, Rico, Nigma, KAMIKAZE, even Revolution this time, even further below in those bottom 4 spots.
I mean, this is just due to that zone shift, right? We saw Rico Infinity take a very early fight that they lost, actually, against, I believe it was it Triple D? They took a fight with a team very early on that was not a team that was doing all too well, and they lost it. Can't recall accurately right now, but yes, Nigma Galaxy and KAMIKAZE. I mean, Nigma Galaxy kind of did that to themselves. They definitely had enough first aids to get more than one placement point, but for whatever reason, they got tired of that strategy and they full sent it. Did not work. KAMIKAZE, well, it came down to that 1v1 in Cal. It was really close. If KAMIKAZE won that, they pretty much had almost a full reset, but did not win the 1v1 at the very end. The mind weapon, iKURD, winning the Cal fight once again. 3-1 is the record right now, and I don't feel like they're going to stop fighting for that Cal spot anytime soon.
Still, if it works, don't fix it, because Mind Weapon, I think the only thing they needed to fix it was also the rotation. So it looks so great, actually, through for 1 million to actually completely sidestep over 1 million. But because they got caught by 963, they didn't rotate, I think, far enough out, and they failed also to spot 963, to be fair, in also the water, and as a result, just completely clashed. But 963, they'd already set up in the base and were able to punish them for that in that northern end compound. I also think, though, that to be fair, you can't really argue with some of the results from Falcons also being low, but I can argue with the likes of 1 million being even lower than them, considering it for a team now to access, to pin on the bridge, but they never held a single one of these points.
Yeah, it just wasn't done very effectively. We saw the one team that rotated across the bridge to begin with, not punished, even though they had the setup to punish that. I just think 1 million, they have a game plan. It's just the execution's not there. They have a game plan to camp out the side of whoever won the Cal fight. They were set up beautifully for that, but not executed fully through. They never were aware that the team just took a boat. They just went more north and took a boat. They should have at least had one person getting the information on the chance if that happens, and they didn't execute that. And then they took the bridge, camped it out, didn't pick up too many eliminations camping the bridge either. So the ideas are there, but the execution falling a little bit short, but that will just come with due time.
Still, though, Falcons is still punished in many ways, and it is going to be a write-off for, I think, some of these teams. Also the mental, though, to have that type of game, because that game really was beautiful, as we can see through the Oppo best moments for us. But for some of these players here, Zute, it was diabolical for teams like, as we said, Falcons, yeah, for Nigma Galaxy, for also, as we said, Twisted Minds, to even make it inside of that second phase.
Yeah, watching back the Oppo moments, so okay, it actually did work. I don't think we saw the Mind Weapon losing a player to 1 million, but we saw right there they camped that motorcycle, and then afterwards the Mind Weapon rotated up north, and that's why they took that boat. But still, 1 million should have known that the Mind Weapon knew, and the Mind Weapon wasn't going to try and leave Cal the way that they just camped out. So the 1 million getting their first elim on them. Hold on. No, not the Mind Weapon. I'm getting my words mixed up here. 1 million. After getting that first elimination onto the Mind Weapon, they should have just rotated, because it was very obvious that the Mind Weapon wouldn't just give up more points to them. So they definitely overstayed. And that's, once again, the idea was there, but the execution follow-up not happening through. But Triple D, at that game-winning moment right there, their execution definitely came through when much needed, because they got that chicken and they got that $1,000 in their pocket.
They're feeling rich, baby, and they're feeling like they're $1,000 when they come on to that fifth game of Erangel. We've got to see if we can keep it up, though, keep that consistency going, and we'll find all the answers and you guys on the other side. one more game here, Zute, of the Thursday, the second Super Weekend, PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. But, to be fair, you're also at home. I hope you're enjoying it. And if you want to get involved, well, there it is right there. You can find us on all of these beautiful social medias below. And I hope you jump in on that conversation using the hashtag PMPL, because I, for one, want to know what you guys think at home about these players. Of course, Triple D, especially taking that chicken dinner off of the Sanhok match themselves and putting himself back up on that leaderboard as we jump to that leaderboard itself and the overall standings. We are zooming through it here, Zute.
Oh, yeah. The overalls. NASR coming into that third place. And like I was saying, Nigma Galaxy actually has been dropping bit by bit. They've hold on to that third place spot for 3 games in a row, but not because they've been doing well, but it's because their points have just been slowly chipped away by NASR and YaLLa. YaLLa coming into 4th place, Nigma Galaxy dropping into 5th now. This team, Nigma Galaxy, they've had a very slow day 1 and day 2 on last Super Weekend. I don't know if they're looking to repeat the same thing, but I hope they start turning it around sooner rather than later. Coming into the second page, well, RTG and KURD12, of course, still maintain their 15-16 spot, but Triple D, they got 1 more game to go, and then they got 10 more after that to pass them up, and it's looking like they will.
With chicken dinner like that, and Sanhok is bringing him very close, so surely now to that point. They have had a few sketchier games so previously today, so only really one big result. Need another good result here, and particularly the Mind Weapon too here. The other team, don't forget, Zute, that jumps in on this Super Weekend. They also need those results, but they're not finding anything as much as Triple D just did, and I am worried that if they can't have a good overall showing here, what can they realistically do? Only 15 points now between those 4 games, and particularly 13 elimination points. They barely touched the placement point side of things.
Wow. Yeah, the Mind Weapon definitely getting their points through the elim, but yeah, they might need to figure out some better strategies. And I think that's just because, you know, when it comes to fights and engagements, they kind of work the same in League and Super Weekend. Teams will fight generally the same way, but teams will rotate and position differently. So I think the Mind Weapon coming into the Super Weekend have had a much harder time dealing with the rotations, but I honestly can't blame them either. I mean, have you seen the last 3 games circles? Has not been normal to say the least. And Triple D, I like how Triple D is doing. I think, yes, they're very low in the leaderboards, but that's because they just started their Super Weekend. As far as average points per game goes, I think 4 games, they had 36. That's 9 points per game. That's a really solid high average. So Triple D, they just need to continue that momentum through.
Yeah, they need to obviously keep going though further, because we said, can they keep that momentum up and even get higher than those 9 points, though, Zute? Because you are also wondering that there, as we said, not only really the Mind Weapon here challenging them, but we wanted to see more life out of some of these other teams like Rod out of 1million too, because they also are under that pressure too, where they're not getting the points. Then they maybe start to fall off, and if they don't get great enough score, don't make the first Super Weekend, there could be a reality where those teams like Headquarter, like 4K Esports, could possibly, with a fantastic Super Weekend, overtake them.
Now, possibly with a fantastic Super Weekend. But before we jump ahead to the next week, let's focus on this last game. We do have Erangel coming up, and the only thing I really want to ask you is, well, we've got 3 crazy circle games in a row. Okay. Are we going to end this last one just as well? To recap the people, if they missed it, going into game number 2 of Miramar, we had a southern circle centered right on Las Leones, where the second circle went towards south, towards the water, and then it just hard shifted back northwest towards Rico Infinity. Every circle afterwards. After that, we had an Erangel military base circle, which is always a tough one to deal with. And then we had the match you just watched. the Sanhok with the northwestern island just in play the whole time. But the first circle was so far out of bounds that it was pretty much stretching all the way to the edge side of the very north side of the water on Sanhok. Now with the fifth map, Highland, what are you going to predict this?
Albert, 100%. I'm just going for it.
Okay.
I'm just going to say it right now. I want it. I've not had it for ages, but I need it in my life. I mean, I want to have that observatory tower be like the final zone, Zuti, okay? You don't know how bad I need this.
I don't know if you were around PUBG Mobile at the time, but I do remember there was a PMGC where it did end up in Stalwart.
Oh, I know that
BTR
one.
was playing. Oh, okay, yeah, I gotta agree with you. Stalwart's one of the most fun finishes I have seen on Erangel. Maybe it's because I've seen every other circle finish so often that like Stalwart is like more unique than the rest. But unfortunately, it's not going to be a Stalwart finish unless if the circle glitches out, right? Like, who knows, man? The circle's been acting wild.
The circle, just cut and paste it like up towards the northern side. I mean, I think the teams would probably expect it, to be honest, at this point, just to teleport. By golly, the amount of zone craziness we've had the previous 3 matches. Now, though, I want it to quarry. I mean, could you imagine, okay, Zuti, a quarry finish where it goes in amongst that dip in all of those mines around?
Yeah, quarry finishes are nice. We've seen it happen sometimes. Very rare, but when it does, it is quite action-packed and intense. We've already seen a Fairy Pier ending in this PMPL series so far. So wouldn't be too opposed to Fairy Pier either. And then if you remember back to the very first day we casted, the very first game of the entirety of this series, we had this circle and it shifted towards Military Island. This is like a 90-10 circle. And I remember I called out, this is looking like an 80-20, and then that 20% kicked in and it did go to Military Island. So there's still a chance for the circle to go completely haywire and kind of screw over a lot of these teams. But fingers crossed that it does happen. Yeah, I'm going to say it. I hope it does happen that way.
So we say we've already used the caster curse. So if I now use mine, and I say also that it's going to be super nice, and it's going to go to the central zone, will it then shift over to the Southern African military base? Because it's like how we go, how we use it, right? If we 4K IQ it to go to the South Island.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. Honestly, though, I wouldn't be too opposed to a regular game either. Just because we've had 3 games in a row where it has been so crazy and just nonsense. Oh, you're saying nonsense to me saying I'm okay to having a regular game.
No,
okay, you just want madness.
We have
the whole entire day.
Now. Close it out.
Close
it out like close out of it.
Has 3 games in a row not been enough for you? Then again, this is coming from the man who has experienced 7 Los Leones circles in a row.
Yes.
Right? You've been spoiled. You've been
I've been spoiled well.
Yeah, no, you've been a changed man ever since you had 7 Los Leones circles in a row. You just expect too much now out of the PUBG Mobile gods.
I do, but I expect it for good reason, Zute. I mean, you could also ask for, I think, a Gapka Fields finish. I think that's like somewhere in between, where it's sort of tame, but it's not quite tame because it's all flat and it's all open. I mean, if we could just finish it off inside the chopsticks, so that's like the icing on the cake for me, if we go there.
Okay. Chopsticks are nice. I like chopsticks. Yeah. Oh, we already see a team trying to rotate out of military. I do believe it's Revolution. And Conqueror seems to be the team that was bridge camping them. But Revolution actually get the advantage. They already knocked and finished 1, and they got the 2nd knock. About to get a 3rd as that buggy going in reverse. Oh, he drops down to challenge and left-right peek. That is another player of Conqueror down. Revolution.
He's going to pan him.
Oh, Yeah.
Oh, no.
I think that's deserved. I mean, if you're bridge camping a team and somehow that bridge camp team just crosses over and demolishes you, you screwed up. You deserve to get panned.
Oh, the pan action coming in though. Revolution, 3 kills already for them. And I think with Revolution, the early game in this second Super Weekend, you have to admit here, has been much higher standard from Revolution. I think that the later game has been where they've been messing up a little bit sometimes. But the early game, minus, okay, albeit the one game that they completely flopped in that early stage, they have been much more of a refreshing team to look at in the aggression and the team fighting in which they played.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that one. If they could somehow translate that into the late game, this Revolution team can look very strong. I mean, they just took down KONQUEROR doing a bridge cap so quickly that we missed the first knock and confirmation. So they've got something going for them. They just need to adapt it a little bit better as we see more fighting going on. I think I get the feeling that because the teams have dealt with such crazy circles for 3 games in a row, now that we kind of have a normal one, they're just about done with the game. They're just like, whatever. Like, this game has put us through play.
To be fair though, you gotta say though that maybe they're just thinking, Mozute, that this second phase goes somewhere wild. Like, we want it to go to the South Island, so maybe it will actually go to the South Island. And these teams, they are also thinking in the 4K IQ moment that we have to get there. We have to get to the bridge to make sure that we're ready. And Stalwart, they found Twisted Minds, to be fair. Volk is going to avoid it, though. Is going to head down to that bridge, but down towards that coastline and will hold out for now. For Stalwart, they have pushed them away, and they get themselves the opportunity to take advantage of that hill. Very strong position for those teams all coming in now around Stalwart as well.
Yeah, there's quite a few more Eastern teams that might cut through there. But I do expect when the circle shifts, Stalwart is just going to move out of here. This is more of a stopping point. We are in the very first zone of Erangel, about to shift into the second one. So most of the times teams are just looking to make a little bit of a pit stop. Not so much planning on holding down the position in the long run, but that is dependent on the circle shift. If we do see the circle shift more east, Stalwarts might just stay here for the long term. Circle is about to shift on soon. We're 8 minutes and 30 seconds into the first, or not the first match, the last match of the day. KONQUEROR Iraq, of course, already losing 3, and that's the only casualties thus far.
Twisted Minds happy with their position. As we said, KONQUEROR Iraq, yes, the only casualties, but the positions of all of these players, they are positioned to take these fights. And you can see KAMIKAZE driving straight through Nigma Galaxy right now on the map, but we do have to keep an eye on where that second phase does shift. Keeping an eye on the fight, albeit is there. It goes down towards the South Island. And Zute, we might have actually managed to secure ourselves a South Island.
There's no way. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. But
no.
Even if it,
my Catholic coin is coming in.
You know what? You know what? This circle alone is just nice to begin with, because so much of the zone is water. The second circle is almost skipped ahead to the fourth circle, and if we get an ending around the bridge, that would be even better, in my opinion, than a military base finish.
A bridge finish? Is this how nasty you are? You're telling me, Zute, that 1 second you like just the calm zone, and then you're doing me what I'm doing here, and you're like, let's finish phase 8 on the bridge. Let's go, guys. It's only going to be great for us.
I mean, we're already too far deep in. I mean, just look at the second circle. I don't think any of the teams are happy with this second one. And it's like, it's just, well, this is it. The last game of the day. We've had 3 difficult games in a row. Why not just give us another difficult game as KONQUEROR? Oh, he's probably going to get 1 elimination points here. Oh, yeah, just running straight up. Not expecting the solo player out of KONQUEROR Iraq here. Ralph goes down. That's probably the worst way to die in a competitive match. Getting camped out by a solo player. And you can't even blame the solo player. He literally has no better options than to try and secure and rat out 1 point at the very least.
They didn't manage to vote. Smokes. He's flying the smokes everywhere. He needs to hit that one, though. Hits it on the staircase. But that needs... Oh, it was just so fast. There goes an aid on CONQUEROR, and Lord picks it up. 1 kill back. But they did lose Ralph. If we can find loot box for him.
What?
The other end finds 2. The spray is perfect. He's just going to confirm 2 more and make it 3 kills. In fact, it's a mine weapon. We're not expecting that aggression.
Look up Nigma Galaxy Freak on the Instagram. That's going to be posted pretty soon, I bet you. That was a motorcycle. And he knocked both players out of the motorcycle pretty much instantly. There could not have been a more perfect spray. And that motorcycle was driving left to right. It wasn't like the motorcycle was driving straight at him for an easy lineup. He had to trace that with perfect precision to get the 2 off the bike that quickly. Absolutely a freak of nature coming out of Freak himself.
Look, he's a PMGC player, okay? He's a PMGC team. I expect that coming through. I want to see those plays, and I'm glad the Nigma... They have been disappointing all day, to be fair, and I'm glad they're now stepping up, at least so far. Because, yes, we could be the kind Imperium moment and say that, well, they are Nigma Galaxy, the 3rd PMGC
oh, no.
2021. But also, on the other hand... It doesn't take you 2 days if you're a 3rd in PMGC to get some points on the board, man. So they better start in the 2nd Super Weekend getting some kill points like they did on that 3rd day. But I think they might, if they can get down to that very pure, get some of these kills for these players coming across, because we wanted a bridge zone. I think we might just end up with a very pure dock zone at this rate here.
I mean, this is, you know, I didn't think, so military would have been mad, bridge zone would have been mad. I didn't even consider a fairy pier zone with 50% of it in the water. But of course, the PUBG mobile gods have blessed us with entertainment. KAMIKAZE taking that prime position at the dockside. Very smart, strong position for them to get there this early on. Revolution Smoker just kind of shocked at what's happening, ends up knocking himself out of the car as the last player of the mine weapon iKURD go down to the side of Revolution. Yeah, this is happening. This is happening.
The shock moment. The shock moment at 3rd phase. I think these players are feeling it too, though. So to be honest, I'm not even sure where is the best position right now, because there's still 14 teams. So I think if I were any of these players, I might just dip all the way to the edge of that dock, and I might just hide and pray, to be honest, that I get the placement points at this point, because holding a position when it is like a phase 6 zone already with 14 teams is not feasible.
I'm just looking at the mini map. It's like a it's like a rainbow of colors
on the map, which isn't covered by a player, but isn't also water.
Yeah, exactly. We're 50% water coming. Wait, this is circle 3 going into. Okay, jeez.
It gets worse. It gets worse, Utah. I promise you, it only gets downhill from here for them. YaLLa split apart. Rad trying to enter in onto the compound as well, like so many others. Sanji stepping forward. They find Rositan. No 1v4 for you today, boy. It is Sanji. YaLLa Esports now join up as 4-man looking over the rest of the building. It is actually Sadahi who's still alive. It was Sitan, though. They did die. Rad lose out and another though. That is knocked now, and on the other end, the kill feed lighting up, rightly so, as they have the molly there. They confirm it down to 2nd, to 3rd, already out and hoping. Only needs to find one more here on the Desha, but we do need to keep this going fast because there are so many other players also looking behind them, looking around them for this position too.
Rod definitely not doing well this time around. As YaLLa, they actually pick up a 1 million player that kind of joined the wrong party. Desha, last one up. Unless if Desha could pull out a 1v4, YaLLa should be looking good to clear this position out. The circle has shifted, and yeah, it is a ferry pier ending. Well, I mean, it could shift up north outside of ferry pier. I was hoping we'd see a bit more water in play.
I was hoping we'd be a South Island finish. I just wanted to see all the way go down.
Oh, no, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Is that
No,
like
it could
too
have
far
happened.
or like?
No, it could have happened where like 80% of the zone is water and 10% main island, 10%.
Because I don't think we can even get up there, really. Like, it's pretty high cliffs. I think we're all just swimming for the rest of the game, to be fair. I mean, it's pretty entertaining for us, maybe not for them. Rats, they will lose, though. They don't have to worry about this zone anymore. There they go, in 13th position. And this is the other real strong spot, though, Zute, here. This north side,
Yes.
in the Erangel 2.0 hills, that Stalwart looking for the assassination onto the Falcons.
Yeah, the Falcons definitely aware there's a team here. Oh, I think he just spotted him run up there. So the Falcons aren't going to fall for the trap. If anything, Falcons are probably just waiting for the next circle shift to see if this position's even worth fighting for. Because if it shifts south into Ferry Pier, I mean, pretty much the name of the game there is just full send a compound and see if you can make one in or get in on that compound. Rico Infinity edging in from the northwestern side, doing a really good job spacing out, keeping NASR pinned down, making sure NASR has no chance to fight the Rico team on the way in. There's a confirmation and there's an additional nog. I think NASR just down to 1 now, as one of their players also gets play zone.
Rico. Still all 4 players alive. Not much can be said though for NASR. Now, I think almost thankful. Thankful could be the word to leave a game like this, Zute. I mean, is there much that you can do with with a zone that goes in this specific way?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think which game was more difficult out of the past 4 that we've had. Like, they're all pretty equally insane and difficult. Like, this one isn't even over yet. It could go, I don't know. I mean, I feel like the circle can't do anything more wild.
You can go to sleep after this one. If you're a player after these 4 games, just, oh yeah, thank God it's over.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? If we see a circle shift all the way down to the docks, that would be nice. Where literally Kamikaze is like the northern side of the new circle shift. It probably won't happen. Most likely not. We've been too spoiled already. But here we do have that mini map on your screen. Next circle shift will come out. Wonder where it will go. YaLLa finding a nice rock position to stay in live. To get in and stay alive for now. Taking some long range shots towards the Nigma Galaxy team. No real fighting going on. All the teams are positioned in the new this circle, so they're just waiting to see what happens next.
Still,
Oh,
Rico slowly making their way further forward. Either not quite inside the zone. Now in the next phase, the next shift does go down slightly further south, but it stays with them, stays with Stalwart, and maybe that position is worth fighting for. Really that now, Zute. And the position actually that Nigma Galaxy Revolution will be fighting for here on Ferry Pier, the only 2 locations that are worth really contesting.
yeah, with this new circle shift, Falcons do kind of want to take this fight now. Because on the next circle, they're going to have to either take the fight with Stalwarts or move around in front of them. And if you move around in front of them, you're going to get punished for it. So I think Falcon now is going to try and take that fight. But at the same time, the Twisted Mind trying to edge up onto the Falcons' northeastern side. I think they kind of sniffed it out or heard something because it's slowing down the Falcons' aggression. Dunak, Lath, knocking himself out of the car. Quite in shock with the way the game's been playing out. They crashed onto Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy going down, actually. Nigma Galaxy down to just 1 player. So this crash by Dunak is actually quite successful. Nigma Galaxy, maybe I think they were sandwiched by Kamikaze and the Dunak team at the same time. Otherwise, I don't know how the Nigma Galaxy team is in such worse shape all of a sudden.
But they're not done just yet, though, Zute. Dunak is still pressing onto them. YaLLa is still there pressing onto them. Revolution is still there pressing onto them. Is who wants to build a war? Because now Nigma Galaxy has been evacuated. Dunak holds this position strong. On the other end, though, as we mentioned it, the fight is worth it for Falcons, and they've completely smoked up the battlefield. Stalwart can see nothing, but they'll throw the smokes, they'll throw the mollies, hope it touches. But Falcons, they evade everything. Damar spotted out by Easy, though. Brilliant angle, and now as they try to find a hyped angle over to confirm the knock, they should be able to grab it. Almost catching out Mexico as well, but a boot is behind him. But a molly, they know he's there. They heard the pull of the pin, and now not as easy to assassinate. Bandar on the flank, still with Rico jumping in onto the fight as well as a third party. Also, YaLLa were there too, and everyone wants this spot. When it comes actually to its mind, sorry, where the thought of Stalwart is holding on for now, but for how much longer can they hold on here?
Ooh, the Kings of the Bunker. That's the name of the game right now with that new circle shift that goes north across the road. So whichever team comes out on top here is going to look to set themselves up in a really nice spot for the rest of the game. And with this new circle shift, that's going to cause YaLLa to come, or not YaLLa, Twisted Minds to come back up here to join this three-way party. Look at this, a 4v4v3. Yusuf goes down, grenades connecting all over across this battlefield zone, and what better place for grenades to rain on out than the bunkers? I mean, the terrain itself is pretty much shelled out to begin with. This is looking like a real war zone now, and here we go, Twisted Minds joining in on the party.
Twisted Minds are trying to assassinate as that fourth party, execute them all. It's roll on in. Bandar dead. Revolution now will also fall in the background, but it's the front lines of the fight is where, yes, Twisted Minds, they tried to push in, but Stalwart, the smokes were too strong for them. And now is Vigor is also stepping further forward. Mexico is on the front line. Easy will protect him. Is health not going to be a concern if they can revive him back?
Easy with that grenade in hand. Stalwart somehow managed to hold with those three players, getting pressed by Rico and Twisted Minds all at the same time. Stalwart's defense immaculate right now, only losing one player under this entirety of the siege by multiple teams on multiple fronts. Twisted still alive though. So he's looking to potentially get a revive. The knock player teammate, Dami, crawling over, and Vigor is down to 1 HP with a beautiful nade. Somehow Rico Infinity has two of their players knocked during the chaos of all of this.
Falcons still jumping in, but still surviving, as you say, in the chaos. Triple D even here for the fifth party, wanting something, some form of position into the south side, but it's outside the fight though here, Zute. YaLLa, who may just end up being on top better than all of them, and it depends on where this zone shifts next, if they can come out on top. Twisted Minds, Vigors, waiting on the nade, finds Prestige, executes him down. SK Ton will not be the second. Either is there to help support, and Vigors is punished, rightfully so. Dami, the only one remaining. But as we said, the zone has gone down south, and a full YaLLa squads. Zute, they've stolen it. They've taken up home and residence and evicted every single one of these players from any hope they had.
Oh yeah, YaLLa is just the welcoming party at the end of the day for whatever team makes it out of this mess we have here. Falcon does get found out. SK Ton actually getting the better end of that one. SK Ton with a beautiful movement jiggle back and forth. Rico still with 3. Stalwart's still with 3. And Twisted down to 1 after that, and grenade connects onto Dami. Oh, look at these nooks and crannies. Oh! What a nice shot by Vigors. I didn't even know he had the angle there, but he gets one. He tries to go for the confirmation. I think he does get the confirmation and won't get a second one. No, Mexico does take him down. Stalwart's now down to 1 player. Triple D down to 2. Rico down to 2. And YaLLa looking like in the best shape of their lives right now.
YaLLa have got everything in hand, and now it's only can they confirm up the final few stragglers. It's a 4-man strong team being pushed by SK Ton as he desperately tries to buggy on in, but Sanji's there to stop them. Still alive, but Prestige in the backline falls. Scythe punishes, executes, spoilers out the rest of Rico Infinity. This is second place, 9 kills for Triple D. But YaLLa, they take the win, though, overall, Zute. But you still can't deny it was a fantastic game overall for, of course, Triple D. Their 9 kills and their second place.
Yeah, Triple D looking like so good right now. The fact they finished a league week in 3rd place overall, we question. That's just league week. You know, are they actually that good? Can they actually carry that into the Super Weekend? And they've answered our question. I know we're only 1 day in, but with their performance so far, it is absolutely solid. As far as the Mind Weapon iKURD, the new team also coming into the Super Weekend, their debut performance day definitely has fallen way short. And YaLLa struggled a bit during the league week, but coming into the Super Weekend, looking like a different team, especially after getting that last chicken dinner and that $1,000 in their pockets.
Still, though, when talk about money, talk about that bling bling perfect perfection, you need to start it with your phone to earn it. And what better one than the Operator 6 series? And with upgraded performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Operator 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Zute, though, what a final game to end out what has been a crazy day out of, as you said, through from Miramar to Sanhok to the 2 Erangels that we have had. I think these players, they need to get some sleep after that nightmare.
It's not. They just need to put down their phones and walk away. Well, I mean, we started the day with a very regular Erangel game, and then after that, it's just all out craziness. YaLLa coming in with 27 total. Triple D, like you mentioned, 9 elimination points and a 2nd place finish, total of 21. Rico Infinity once again coming in strong with a total of 16 points. And Stalwart UAE, we don't talk too much about Stalwart UAE, but they have been a high level performing consistent team. They just haven't managed to get like that big chicken yet or have a huge standout game, but their consistency is definitely going to carry them really far.
Yeah, I think for sure Triple D, that other 21-pointer, a massive result for them to get themselves up. Very important result there for Rico Infinity Esports, who were slipping for, I believe, 3 games roughly in a row. If you don't count really that Miramar game that they had highs, but was given completely to them. There were teams catching up overall to their results, NASR being one of them, but this time not lucky enough. 12th position is where they fell, but unfortunately it's the more disappointment through from those bottom 3 teams, Mind Weapon, 1Million Esports and RAD, who have been at the bottom all day, need a better performance.
Yeah, we'll see if they could get that better performance coming into day number 2. Of course, it's going to be a new set of fresh games for them as they will be able, take somewhat of a break, hopefully. They might have some nightmares about today. I know the circles just... Man, when I was competing back then, I remember all the time players would complain, including, my team and myself. We would complain about the circles, but I've never seen it as bad as this. So good thing I retired before, whoever, pissed off the PUBG mobile gods and have them making these type of circles. Like, I'm sorry for all the competitors out there. Maybe it has to do with Highland Wolf too. You know, like apparently you
Yeah,
just get
I'm sorry,
every
guys.
time I'm with you, for some reason the circles just go haywire.
Look, it's just my aura that I give off. It's just so spectacular and evil for these players. I mean, maybe if he just got rid of me, that's what actually would make the zones better. But unfortunately, I'm still here from today, and they experienced my wrath. I paid the PUBG gods. I actually might have lied to you, honestly, Verzute, when I said Miramar. Actually, I might have bribed them for all the games today.
Yeah, taking a look at the overall. Actually, before we continue overall, I cast with Imperium during the league days, 2 days in a row. We had 10 regular normal games. Now with you, I mean, the numbers don't lie. But speaking about numbers don't lie, numbers definitely don't lie as far as Rico Infinity's dominance go. 261. They've created a 80-point gap between second place already, and they're not looking to stop anytime soon. YaLLa shooting up into second overall with that chicken. Congrats to the YaLLa team. They've had a huge come up today.
By 1 point, though, KAMIKAZE, they're still chasing at their heels. In just below that is another 1 point separator between NASR and Stalwart. 3-4 points between their Twisted Minds again to Nigma and very shortly Revolution behind. So the first half of this leaderboard, Zute, it is extremely close overall between all of these teams. One game of good matches on placements and elimination points, and you see any of these teams just shoot up right into seconds.
I will say, though, Nigma Galaxy is steadily dropping down at a very alarming rate. The amount of points they've been getting these games have been very minimal. Coming into the second page, CONQUEROR Iraq, 963, Team Falcons, Rod, 1 million. Not much movement here. Maybe a little bit up and down, just a few placements here and there. But I think these teams are the teams that just been struggling pretty much all day. We saw 963 have a pretty good game, though. But they're going to need more than just that one game if they want to break into the front page of things.
Yeah, I think that was almost a Hail Mary down from the heavens grace game given to them realistically there, Zute, because they definitely need those points. They have been a slight disappointment, you could also argue, in some of the other games, but they've still got 2 more days to redeem themselves. I think, yeah, also Mind Weapon need to step it up because Triple D, it looked shaky, I think, in the first game, we could argue, where they did struggle a lot. But once they found their footing, Zute, they've been on fire, to be fair, considering that in 5 matches, they're averaging what is now over 11.4 points exactly per game now.
Yeah, 11-point average is extremely good. To put that in perspective, the second place team right now with a total of 182 points being YaLLa with 20 matches played. Well, if they had an 11-point average, they would be sitting at 220 instead of 182. So I know they've only played 5 matches, and to be able to maintain an 11-point consistency for like multiple days in a row, that is an entirely different task in of its own than getting 11-point average in just one day. But the main point is today alone, an 11-point average is an extremely good day for this team. It might not seem like it because they're in 17th overall because they missed that super weekend, but they are way beyond track for breaking into that top 16, and not just top 16, maybe even the top 10 coming in one super weekend behind.
Yeah, they're 1 game away from getting into that 16th spot, and they play 15 games less than that 16th, 15th place team. That's a reminder, Zute. Yes, they look like they're low in points, but they're an entire 3 days of play behind some of these other teams who are now being almost nipped at the heels by DDD Esports. And I wanted to see them actually improve because, as we mentioned right at the start of today, actually, yourself, you said DDD, the Mind Weapon, these were teams that in the league stage day, yes, albeit they may be different these days than the super weekends, but they looked very strong, and that has at least continued for half of our 2 new players.
Yeah, the bottom 2 that didn't make it, or the 2 teams that didn't make this super weekend that made it last weekend, well, they should be definitely worried, because the 2 new contenders, well, at least one of them for sure, Triple D, is going to knock one of them out. And it's not just over yet for the MineKURD. I feel, or the Mine Weapon iKURD. I feel like today I might just give them a pass, because the circles were so wild that they just couldn't get around to figuring it out. Maybe on more regular days coming up in the next 2 days, we could see the Mine Weapon iKURD that we saw in the league day shine through, and they could end up picking it up in day 2 or day 3. And just to put it in perspective, Nigma Galaxy on the first super weekend was 15th coming into day number 3, and then they shot up to 3rd. So all it takes is that one good day, and with 2 days left, the Mine Weapon, or any team for that matter that has been struggling today, they could turn things well around.
To be fair, I love the speech that you just gave, Zute, but I hate to burst your bubble because I'm afraid I'm casting the next 2 days. So they better get used to some mean zones, because there's 10 more coming, baby. And we'll see you guys all for those zones, same time, same place tomorrow, and on a Saturday as well, with myself and also Zute and Imperium alongside me. We'll see you guys then.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the Banpan information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the Banpan information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from 2 different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG mobile security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.